looks like it's time. So let's go. Alright. Hello. I'm just cleaning off a couple of, I say a lot, I've realized. Sorry. I'm cleaning off a couple of mixing cups, with some tape. Figured I need something to mix some resin in if we're gonna actually pour resin tonight. So I figured that might be useful. But no, I did realize that I say a lot when I'm streaming. I don't say a lot in my everyday life, I don't think. It's like suddenly my brain has to work extra or something. Every time I try to like say something, now it's like I have to think about it. I don't know, it's just kind of weird. Maybe I do say a lot in my everyday life, I just don't have anybody to talk to in my everyday life. That sounds weird. I look forward to being able to hang out with people again. Then I can be annoying again. It's been too long since I've been able to be annoying. Well, I mean, that's not true. You know, you ask my brother. I feel like there's me saying again. I feel like I miss being overly enthusiastic about things. Which, like, I am still, you know, overly enthusiastic about things. You know, I tend to get caught on one thing and then just be like, this thing is the coolest thing, and then I'll find something else, and I'll be like, this thing is the coolest thing for, you know, anywhere from about 2 weeks to 2 years. But, like, I don't know, I miss being able to be a little bit weird. It's hard to be weird when you're not seeing anybody. Like, you know, I still like dressing up and stuff. I'm not going to because I'm going to, like, right now because I'm going to do resin, but that's part of the reason streaming's fun. It gives me an excuse to, you know, well, I guess talk a whole bunch, which is something I can do. It also gives me an excuse though to, like, dress up sometimes too. If I'm not doing a whole bunch of resin stuff, if I'm doing other arts and crafts, where I'm not as worried about getting things messy, it's like, sweet, I can dress fancy. At the moment though, I'm just wearing a sweater because I'm very cold. It's very cold in my basement. I've mentioned this before, but this room doesn't have any sort of vent in it. My house is built a little bit funky. Just a little bit. But I mean, you know, I'm in the basement, so it's not too bad. You know, it holds its temperature pretty well. But still, this room has no vent whatsoever. It's like, just kind of strange. I would expect most houses, all of the rooms to either have a vent or have, like, be open. Like, not have doors that close in between. Just strange to me. Looks like it might be a quiet night. I've noticed that, like, Saturdays are usually the ones that are a lot quieter than Wednesday nights. Usually Wednesday nights, there's more people. I guess we'll see if anybody shows up. That's okay though. I figured this might be kind of a chill stream anyways. I'm kind of planning on just doing some dirty pours, which I like doing. Not necessarily with any theme, just picking some colors that I like. Doing that. You know, usually when I make dice, I try to come up with some sort of theme. That's just how I usually work. Usually have some sort of something that I'm basing the dice on, but we're just gonna do some colors. I think it's, you know, I like dirty pours because I feel like one of the designs that I'm the best at. Like, Petrie, I'm not very good at. Like, I love how they look. I'm just not very good at making them. And I don't know, there's lots of other things where I'm just like, someone else could do this better. I mean, you know, other people could do dirty pours too. But they're one of the ones where when I make them, I feel like they always turn out good. It's like they always turn out, you know, different. and interesting and that sort of stuff, but they always end up looking good. So we're just gonna do some of that tonight. I haven't even decided on colors yet. We're gonna do probably 2 sets. I have a couple other little things here that I want to do as well. One of them is going to require a little bit of setup before we actually get the resin out, so we're going to do that first. I'll show you what I'm talking about. It's going to be a re-pour for a commission set that I've been working on it a lot, sort of. I've done a pour for this a couple of times now, and it just has not turned out. Like every time. It just hasn't turned out, like every time I've done it, for sort of different reasons, but I think I have, a solution to make it so that it hopefully does turn out this time, because I like the design that I have now, but it has some issues when it comes to sanding and polishing. Alright, let me finish cleaning this and then I'll show you. Oh gosh, the outside of this one's so... Oops, I stuck it to itself. I'm just cleaning the outside off a little bit too, so I don't end up with any of that on the inside. All right, let me show you. Got this up. So I've done this set of dice a couple of times now. I've done them a couple of times on stream, and they're the sort of labradorite based ones. So they're like a gray, and then they have a blue holographic sheet in it. And I think the design is kind of how we want it now. The problem is that this holographic sheet, if it's too close to the surface, it gets, kind of torn up and stuff. You can see that I just tore off a piece. So I need some way to kind of protect that at the surface level. So I made some more little lightning bolt blue pieces. And we're gonna kind of coat them in some UV resin, just to kind of hopefully prevent some of that. So let me grab that. Just gonna pull that down, and I forgot. And a little mat to work on. Yeah, hopefully if I coat them in a little bit of UV resin, then when I go to sand, it will sand the UV resin off and not the actual paper part, which would be fine. You shouldn't even notice the UV resin part. I'm just going to clear off a little bit of space so I have like a clean spot to work on here. This might take a little bit of time. Well, when someone shows up, I like chatting with people. That's why I stream. I like streaming because I like chatting with people while I work. To be fair, usually if I'm working on stuff and I'm not streaming, I'm usually like watching YouTube videos. So I've always got some sort of... Oh, hello! How are you doing, Not Name Brand? Just clearing off a spot to work at the moment. Because it's got all sorts of random junk on here. Mostly old resin. Mostly old resin that's just kind of stuck there. Alright, that's a little bit better. I was just saying, I feel like it might be a quiet night. There's like nobody here. Alright, let me pull these out. I do need to figure out... Oh, you're just getting into it. That's very cool. If you ever have any, dice making questions, feel free to hit me up. I do also have a Discord, so you can always ask questions there too, or... Oh, you bought the parrot dice. I like that set. That was one of the sets from just like, really, no one's bought this set yet? This is one of my favorites. So I'm glad that you found those. That's great though. So where are you in? You're just starting to make dice, you said? It's quite fun. Grab my thing for my light here. So let me figure out how big these are. See whether they're gonna fit flat or not. So some of these smaller ones that'll fit flat, I think I can probably just coat the face. Yeah, part of it is the ends here too, also kind of. I think I kind of want to like bend some of these and then cure the UV resin on there. This is the conundrum. Just got your masters and have to end them. Oh, good luck. That takes a long time. Made some practice molds out of chess X dice, but hoping to start making sellable dice soon. Cool. Yeah, I started out with the really cheap molds from like Wish or whatever. I got them from Amazon, I think. The super cheap ones. Oh, I hear a kitty cat. And yeah, I fairly quickly got my own dice. It was one of those things where I'm just like, I don't know if I should get masters made. Because, you know, what's the point? No one's going to buy dice. And then I actually, you know, made dice and put some in my Etsy shop. And the rest is history. I think I'm going to figure out. I think maybe. So the main part that gets sanded off is the little ends of these. The little, like, spiky bits. I think as long as I put some on the spiky bits and some in like the very middle. Should I bring the cat in? We're gonna have cat cam early. We'll see if he wants in. I can hear Fitz outside the door. The problem is that he likes to meow at my door and he doesn't actually want in, he wants me to come out with him. Alright. Hello, sir. Can I help you? If you're coming in, you're going to be held. Okay. Nope, goodbye. He's a very silly cat. That's very exciting, though. I look forward to seeing what you make with your dice. I'm always excited when people are making dice. Okay, so I think first, Buddy doesn't actually want in. He just wants a tangent. So for these smaller ones, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to add it to like the ends, so like the spiky bits, because that's the part that always kind of gets, you know, sanded off. Let me see if I can show you. It usually doesn't like to focus. Yeah. It always has trouble focusing when I try to bring things close. Come on. You can do it. Never likes to find it. Well, yeah. Well, I guess this is maybe a bigger example here of kind of the issue, but it's always like those little ends. There we go. Finally it found it. Let's see if I can show you that side now. You can kind of see those little ends there. Of course, as soon as I change it, it doesn't find it. Those little kind of pokey ends are the parts that get sanded off the most. So I'm gonna cover those up at the very least. I think we'd probably do that for all of these. And then move on to coating everything else. Or other parts of it. But it's definitely do the little pokey bits. Have you had you worked with resin at all before doing dice, or is this the first thing you've ever done with resin too? So my story for how I got into dice was that a D&D buddy mentioned doing it, and I had a little bit of resin already because I had kind of done a little bit of resin jewelry, nothing like super fancy or good, but I had done a little bit of it. I had done some like local bazaars and stuff with soap. Ooh. With some soap that I made. First time working with resin. Oh, okay. It's definitely fun. Like, I think one of my favorite things about resin is you can kind of add anything to it. as long as it's not like wet at all. You know, if you add anything that has any sort of moisture in it, it won't cure properly. But it's been fun adding all sorts of weird things. I have my little paint chips here. I have some more pigments I actually need to add to this now that I'm thinking about it. Maybe I should do some of those tonight too. But it has like all of my different pigments and stuff that I then made little testers of. But then, you know, there's stuff like coffee grounds, or where's the wasabi powder? Cinnamon. Oh, here's turmeric. There's turmeric. Chili pepper. Chili pepper looks really nice in resin. See if I can get it. It has like a really dark red look to it. It's kind of grainy. So it's been really fun. I made a set of dice that have like onion peel in them. It's just fun trying new things. I don't know. I guess that's something that I've mentioned before too with making dice, is that even if something I made doesn't turn out, well, that would make sense. It's actual chili peppers, so it's basically the same thing. It's ground up chilies, except I added it to resin instead of oil. But no, one of the things that I've enjoyed about making dice is that even if I fail, even if whatever I make turns out terrible, or, you know, doesn't turn out the way I wanted, more often than not, it still gives me an idea for next time. This might be easier. I'm gonna make a glob of this. I'm gonna add that with my super fancy UV resin tools, aka a pin. I think that'll be easier. Like, I have, you know, I remember thinking this back when I was just kind of first starting to do commissions, because I made a set for a person, and it really, we were trying to get kind of a layered effect of some like a blue and a purple. We're trying to get like a good layered effect. And the first set I did, instead of layers, I got like this watercolor effect, and it wasn't what we were going for at all. You know, we were not trying to get like a watercolor effect, but it, you know, it opened up more doors for other things in the future. It's just like, this is not what we want. I'm going to be remaking these, but this is still cool. You know, now I have ideas for other things to do with this. Or even if things completely fail, it's just like, okay, I'm not going to do it this way. Now I know that a different way is better. Or, you know, maybe if things like kind of fail, you know, I get a set of dice. That's where a lot of, I have a few sets of dice that I've made that I've kept. Some of my like first sets. And then I have a couple of like more recent sets that I've made and kept. And the ones that I've made and kept are also the ones, for the most part, that have some sort of flaw, where they're still usable, but like technically they're still usable. I made some geode dice, and I really want to make them again. And I know, you know, why it failed and stuff. And they look pretty cool, but the like crystals that I put in it were pushing against the side, and so on at least one of the dice, the number is completely unreadable. Like, it's so unreadable. It's just like, alright, well, I guess this is my dice now, but also, I know not to do that next time. I don't know, it's just, I like that it's low stakes when I fail, I guess. I feel like there's slightly higher stakes if it's a commission to a certain extent, because I'm under a little bit more of a time crunch. But for other sets, you know, if they don't turn out, that's fine. I'll make more. Yeah, commissions are a little bit more, what's the word? I guess nerve-wracking. A bit more nerve-wracking than just making dice. I guess there's more pressure to get things a certain way within a certain amount of time. That's what these are for, is for a commission that, quite honestly, has not been working out well so far. What with the corners getting all sanded and everything. And actually, that's what these are going to be too. Those have already a layer of clear resin in them. We're going to be gluing some bees in there, some dead bees. That's for a D20 that I was hoping to have done quite a bit ago, but I could not get the bees to end up in the right spot. And now, you know, I have a solution for getting them to be in the right spot. But the one that I made ended up with a big bubble in it. It's just like, ah, darn it. But we're gonna be chill and just do some dirty pours. So put all of the resin and all the different colors into the same cup, and then pour that into the mold. And I always really like doing those. They're fun because you never quite know what you're gonna get. Like, I feel like I can kind of get an idea of what I'm gonna get, depending on what sort of pigments I use and that sort of stuff. But it's just, it's always exciting unmolding things afterwards. It's just like, ooh, what's it gonna look like? The first few sets you made came out really bubbly, and it's very interesting to see how colors look different from when you pour to when they cure. Oh yeah, that's true too. I have a couple of pigments where, like, at this point I know sort of how they'll cure, but like I have a purple here, and I love using this purple. It makes a really pretty purple resin, but when it is like mixed into my resin, it's just not a very bright purple at all. And then, you know, once it cures, it's a beautiful bright purple, but while I have it, you know, in its mixing cup, it's just like, it's so muted. And then I also have, well, I have a green ink that, it's not actually green, it's kind of a teal color. So I mix it with yellow to get a good green. And when it's in the mixing cup, you know, even after I mix it with the yellow and everything, it always still looks teal. And then once it cures, it turns a little bit more green. It turns more green, but it's always a little bit of a guessing game of, is this going to be the right color? Or I have like a bright pink. To be fair, some of it, even once you mix it into the resin, you're like, oh, this looks completely different from how it did by itself. I have a bright pink, like, I think it's a mica. I don't know if it's mica. It's with my soap stuff. And it's super, super bright. And then I mixed it in with the resin, and suddenly it was like a really, like, kind of darkish pink. That's why I made all of the little chips, my little paint chips, so that I have kind of an idea of what things are going to look like. You know, I can put things next to each other. I should make paint chips. I might do that today. I might make little paint chips today for my new colors here, but it'd probably be useful. We'll see if I have extra resin for it, because I'm planning to do this set, which is going to take a little bit less than 20 milliliters. That's about the amount that I've found anyway, probably about 17.5, something between 15 and 20. And then a set of dice takes about 30 milliliters, I've found. So, you know, 60, 70, 80. And then I have, you know, a few other little things that I want to do over here. So I'm probably going to make like 100 milliliters. I should have plenty. So I guess maybe we'll make some paint chips. Did I have a different color that I wanted to try too? I feel like there was another color I was going to do as well, but I've forgotten what it was. That's okay. I'll think about that. Oh, yeah, I always end up with some leftover. It's good to have like a dump mold, something that you can pour your leftover resin into. I've been using, I have some spare D4 molds that make little crystals. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you what one of my little dump mold, these are some ones I did recently. So I have some little like crystal D4, I have a little crystal D4 molds And so I use those as dump molds, and then when people order dice, I send them like a bonus D4, just of random colors and stuff. And then at this point, I've started using just random dice molds, because all of my dice molds, I started out doing them all in one big, here, I can show you. Let me show you my first molds. Yeah, this will be a good example, one of my first ones. It's kind of dirty. Here's one of my first molds that I made, and I did all of the dice in like one slab together. But at this point, I do them all separately. And there's pros and cons to each way to do it. I ended up starting to do it separately because I like being able to do like a set of dice where every die is different. Those are really fun, actually, doing a set of dice where every die is different. Something's wrong here. I have the wrong number stacked up. What was this one? No? Maybe I don't. Oh, I guess maybe that is correct. Huh, alright. My notes pages. But, wait, what are cool? So, like, those were kind of good for space, I feel like. Or at least some people seem to think that making it all in one helps with space. Oh, the crystal dice, right. Totally blanked on when you had said that. But yeah, so I just use those as kind of like a little place to put extra resin. The way that I figured out how much resin I was going to need, though, I went and took my silicone mold and I put water in it, and then I poured that water out into a cup that had some sort of measurement on it. And that told me, you know, how much liquid needed to go into it to fill it. I, of course, then let it dry completely before using it, because you don't want any moisture in with your resin, but if you're looking for ways to figure out how much your molds hold, you know, water doesn't react with the silicone, so it works out fine as long as your molds are dry before you put the resin in. I really should do that for all of my individual dice. I did it back when I had the cheap molds, and I have a little cheat sheet up on the wall for that, and it doesn't really translate to my molds now. Yeah, I don't know, that's what I get for my science degree. That's what I'm using my science degree for, I guess. Figuring out the volume of things. Sorry, I got my degree fairly recently. It's just always kind of funny to me how much I'm not using it. I'm always kind of, I'm like, I'm using my minor. I'm using my minor. I have a fine arts minor, but not doing much with my science degree, I guess. Measuring things accurate, maybe. Oh, thanks. That's kind of how I ended up here. I quit my job at the end of 2019 so I could go back to school full time, because I was going to school, or I was going to work, I was working full time and going to school part time, and then finally got to the point where I couldn't get the two schedules to match up. And I was kind of burnt out anyways. And so I went and quit my job at the end of 2019 to go back to school full time. And then I graduated with my degree in May, which was right after the quarantine started. So finding work after that was a little weird. But luckily this is kind of working out for me so far. I'm still growing things, still getting things up there, but I'm slowly getting to the point of being able to support myself doing this, which is very exciting to me. I never thought that I'd be able to do any sort of artistic thing as a career. I specifically went to school. I was going to school for engineering, And I literally said when I started going to school for engineering that I was going into engineering so I could feed myself. Because, I don't know, I guess being a starving artist always was just like, I can't do that. That's something I can't do. But it's just kind of weird. It's getting more and more towards that point where it's looking feasible, which is very exciting. I had a moment at one point where I'm just like, I'm very to be able to feed it. Yeah, really though. It is the goal, but that's kind of what I was saying. It's just like I'll go to school for engineering because I can do math and stuff. But I'll do it so that oh no, it's stuck to the thing. All right, well that's fine. Yeah, no, it really is though. But that was why I was going to school for engineering. Was just because the arts weren't. I didn't think of the arts as a feasible option, I suppose. So seeing things grow and slowly being able to grow my business and stuff is just so exciting. I had a little bit of a moment at one point where I was just like, oh, I'm really close to making this work. I'm not quite there yet. Not quite up to making enough to support myself. But I had a moment not too long ago where I was just like, oh, I'm very close. I had a little bit of a freak out about it. Not really. It was just a moment of like, it made me anxious almost that I was really close to making it work. It's just like, this seems wrong somehow. Why is this working? This wasn't supposed to be working. This stuff is so goopy. I keep getting like big strings of it. There's so many little things that go into making dice. I mean, I guess it depends on what sort of dice you're making and stuff, but I spent earlier today making all of these things. So cutting up some of this blue sheet, and then I actually painted the sides with black so that I wouldn't end up with like white lines in there. And then I was working on polymer clay things earlier today as well. And then like I spent most of yesterday inking dice. Like I spent a lot of yesterday inking dice. It takes a lot of time. I feel like there's just lots of different steps and you don't really realize how much time all of it takes. Yeah, I don't know. There's just lots of little things. It's always kind of weird. It's always kind of feels like I'm not getting a lot done in a day. Because, I spend a few hours inking 5 sets of dice or something like that. Just because there's all these, like I said, there's all sorts of, like, little steps. And it doesn't feel like it... To be fair, part of it is doesn't really feel like it's work to me, I guess. I just put on like a movie or something and I sit there and I ink dice for 4 hours. Or I sand dice for 4 hours. I'll just sit here and watch YouTube videos and sand dice for 4 hours sometimes. I don't know, I guess it feels like I'm not supposed to be watching movies at work. I'm not supposed to be watching YouTube videos. That seems wrong. Yes, I've been actually getting things done for 4 hours, but that doesn't seem quite right. Even this. It's just kind of, it feels like I shouldn't need to get this done in order to be able to make what I'm gonna make. It seems like it's like how I have scheduling written into my calendar. It always feels like it's, even though I know, oh, hi Jen. Even though I know it's like necessary for me to sit down and work on my calendar, it always feels like I shouldn't need to do it. I don't know if it's I think it's maybe my brain a little bit saying other people don't need to do this. Why do you need to do this? And other people probably do need to do this. But, you know, other people probably do have to, like, sit down and take time to actually write things in their calendar. I have a very bad memory. And stuff, but it feels like it's not, I shouldn't need it to be able to get things done, even though, quite obviously, I do need it to get things done. I don't know, it's just kind of a weird brain thing, I guess. Oh, how are you doing, Jen? I'm putting a little bit of UV resin on the corners of pieces of paper at the moment. I'm gonna flip this one over so it's easier for me to get to all of the little little points. Let's just hold that down. Oh, Saturday not too late today. Hope work treated you well. This is not about you. That sounds maybe weird. I guess it's not about you specifically. I've noticed that. Oh, your dice? They are in the polisher at the moment. And then also I take notes while you work. It helps you remember better. Yeah, seems like a good plan. Are you talking about your dice, Jen? Because yeah, they're in the tumbler at the moment, getting polished. But also, I may have done some other stuff with the neon pigments because I was excited about them. Here, I'll show you with the. I'll show you with these. I think it's maybe easier. But I decided to, you know, maybe use the pigments and some other stuff too. So I went ahead and did like some layered dice with all the different colors. And then they all glow in the dark too, although I haven't actually tested the glow on these. We'll do that after I get all of the resin on here because I don't want to turn on that light to charge those up. They're so bright. I'm so excited about that green because I didn't think that the green pigment was going to be, because it looks so pastel in the container. But the green looks, it's so nice and bright and vibrant in the resin. And then it's going back, we were talking earlier about how, you know, things don't always look the same when you first put them in the resin as they do after they cure too. But the pigment on, the powder on that one doesn't look very bright, but once it's in the resin, oh boy. Let's get all of these corners. I'm trying to cover up all of the little pokey bits. Just because I've done this. What kind of pigment was that? That is, it's from the Stuart Semple Culture Hustle. They have really good pigments. The one thing, if you're going to get something from Culture Hustle, and I would suggest looking up Culture Hustle, the one thing that I would really suggest getting is Lit, because it is the brightest glow in the dark powder available. This stuff glows so bright that it can like glow brighter than the ambient light in the room, sort of thing. Like when I first got it, we took it out of the box, and I got those, and I got this set at the same time. I got the like neon set. It was partially for Verditer's dice, but got these at the same time. No, the Lit pigment, I pulled it out of the box when I first got it, and my brother grabbed a flashlight and shone it at it, and we were like, we should go find a dark room, and he went and he turned off the flashlight, and we were just standing in the middle of the dining room, which is full of windows and stuff. And he turned the flashlight off, and it was glowing, and we're like, oh, that glows really bright. But the thing that's been really fun with it is that when I've mixed it with the those neon pigments, it's changed the color that it glows. And I'll show you that in a second after I get all of my resin onto these little pokey bits, because I want to be able to turn on my UV light. Oh, let's go block whatever this is. Ban. There we go. Excellent. Gotta get rid of spam. Yeah, let me finish putting stuff on all of these pokey bits. Because I want to be able to turn on the UV light that I have here, and so I can charge those up really good, so we can see them. I could probably be able to see them just because of this light, but you know, let's get them nice and charged up. It's always harder to see things because I have the monitor here, so you know, I'm always gonna have a little bit of light that's gonna be shining on whatever I'm doing, even once I turn the light off. But I think we should be able to see the good glow on these. Oh, I need to. Sorry, I was just thinking about what I need to get done, because like I was saying, Jen's dice are in the tumbler. I did finally go ahead and order a second tumbler. I realized that that's where I was getting held up, because I have stuff that's sanded that's just waiting to be polished, and I have a shop restock on Friday, so I'm gonna have new stuff in the shop this Friday. I do it the first Friday of every month, so beginning of April. I only have like 10 sets or so, and I was thinking it was because I was working slow. You know, I was like, oh, I should have been making more and stuff. But I have quite a few that are sitting over here that need sanded. But I have a container next to my tumbler over here that has sets that are sanded but still need polished, that I've been waiting to have enough room in the tumbler. I'm just like, this is my bottleneck. It's not actually me, it's how fast these things will polish. So I finally went ahead and just ordered another tumbler. As I'm growing things and want to make more and more dice, it's just like I need to be able to probably put out more than 10 sets a month. I mean, I have put out, it's going to be probably a little bit more than 10, but that seems to be about how many I end up doing. Okay, I'm almost done with these. So hopefully, if I can polish twice as many at a time, I can get twice as many done in a month. Not quite. That's not. Hopefully, I can get actually, hopefully I can get 3 times as many done, which may sound weird, but I guess probably half of the dice I make. I mean, maybe not half of the dice I make, but I do spend a lot of time making commissions at this point. I do a lot of commissions, and so you know I'm polishing commission sets fairly often. So if we say that like half of the dice that I make that are in the polisher at any one time are commission sets, and the other half are sets that I'm going to be putting up in my shop by themselves, there's probably more resin than I needed. Oh well. Then hopefully if I have a full another tumbler, half of the first one will be commission sets, and then I'll have 2 more halves. But you know, there's certain limitations to how many I can get made at a time. You know, some of it's just time. Like, it takes forever to sand things. I really do mean good luck with polishing your masters, because, oh man. I don't think I should tell you how long it took me to polish my masters, because it might be disheartening. I'm not great at polishing, though. That's why I got a tumbler. But, oh man, it took me a long time. No, it still takes me, you know, a couple hours to... if I'm going to be sanding dice, I'll usually probably sit down for about 4 hours. at a time. I'll spend like 4 hours of the day just sitting there and sanding things. That's one of my normal. Usually that's one of the things I do on the days that I stream. I'll usually work on sanding things. Didn't do that today. I was working on some polymer clay things that I need to get done. I have a couple. I'm probably going to be working on some commission sets on Saturday. Because I have a couple that I really need to work on, but I needed to make some stuff for them. I had someone, yeah, needed to get things made. You know, I'm realizing that there's probably a better way to do this, but that's okay. We're on the last one now that I'm realizing that there's probably a better way to do this. Okay. Actually, I'm not going to put that back in here. I'm going to put that into my little, I have just a little cup here that I have some UV resin in. And I use this when I have like a little tiny bubble or something in a dye. I'll fill it in with a little bit of UV resin. Usually it's, you know, small enough that it's not super noticeable or anything. Get that out of the way. It gets easier over time, I think, to sand things. Once you start getting into like the rhythm of it, and you like, I realize that I'm like looking back, quite a few of like the earlier sets that I sanded, I'm just like, I could have done a better job sanding these. I'm like, I know what I'm doing now. I have some better equipment and stuff. But, you know, even now that I have a tumbler, which, you know, cuts down the amount that I have to sand, because I only probably do half of the polishing papers that I used to. I used to do like 6, and now I do 3. Even now, you know, it still takes an hour to sand a set of dice. Like, let me try and get all of these. Alright, I'm gonna grab these so we can see the colors, hopefully. Okay. Oh, an hour isn't nearly as bad. No, yeah, no, it used to take me like, you know, maybe 2 hours. So I've cut it down by like half. But, you know, it still takes quite a bit of time. I maybe place these a little bit too far apart. That's okay. I'm gonna run this one more time this direction. Actually, let me do these, charge those up. I'm gonna turn off the light so we can see those. So obviously, I'm not gonna be able to see them with my lamp here going, but well, actually you can see them with my lamp here going. Look at that. Okay, give me just a second here. There we go. Yeah, these things glow really well. I maybe should have added a little bit more pigment to, or a little bit more of the glow to the other pigments besides the green. But they just glow. They glow so well, even with the light of the monitor right there. Alright, just a second here. I'm actually going to be fixing up one of these. These turn out really cool, except that, alas, the D8 had a void in the corner, so we're just going to fill that with a little bit more yellow. I also realized that when I was making the, so I got these for a set of dice that Jen ordered. And usually when people get commissions, I make like a keychain to go with them. And normally I do that with like any extra resin that I have. But I also realized that I didn't do that. And so when I made those, I also made a keychain. Spoilers. Okay, I'm going to flip these over and run this again. I'm trying to, oops, don't want them attached together. I'm probably going to need to trim some of this off too. And even if these end up a little bit messy, that should be fine because they're going to be, you know, covered up by other resin. That's the idea anyways. That was mixing the pigment in with the resin. Yeah, let me see if I can find an example for you of coating the molds. I think I have something over here. Just a second here. I think there's a set down here. These are ones that didn't turn out great, but I'll grab one. So here's a mold that I dusted in a blue to green pigment. It's kind of hard to see. You can kind of see you can kind of see that shimmer there a little bit. But there we go. You can see that blue swirls on the inside, and then you have that kind of greenish pigment on the outside that was dusted on there. Yeah, there's so many different ways to use the pigments and stuff too. But no, in this case it was mixing it in. I don't know what would happen if I dusted the molds with the glow-in-the-dark pigment and then put the colors in. I'm still, I have theories. People seem less surprised about the fact that it's glowing a different color than I am. They're just like, I mean, sure, the light's shining through the pigment and making it shine a different color. And I'm like, okay, that does make sense. But I still wonder if part of the reason that, you know, these are no longer just glowing the bluish green, not the bluish green, the yellowish green of the glow powder, but are actually glowing the colors that I mixed them with. You know, it's actually glowing blue and pink and all that. I wonder if part of it is because I think those colors fluoresce. I think they probably shine under a black light. And I guess we could go grab a black light and test that, but I have a theory because they kind of glow a little bit just under my UV light, which makes me think that that you know, it makes me think that maybe they might fluoresce under a black light too. Oh. Man, sorry, I'm still thinking about these pokey bits. How I'm gonna fit them into the molds. Because the whole point of me adding a little bit of the UV resin here is because I don't want to be sanding the paper part, which is what, you know, was the issue with this. You know, the paper part was, you know, hitting the edge and then it was getting sanded off. I'm usually nuke it twice. I'll do that again. So I think UV resin is the way to go, but I mean, I don't know if this is going to be the most efficient way to do that, because these are bigger pieces and so they're going to be moving more, like they're going to be bending more and stuff. I don't know. Okay. I think we can make that work. Well, let me see how this looks when I put some in the molds and see where it hits the sides, because that is really my concern. Is it going to hit the sides with the pointy bits? Because like this pointy bit right here, it's not really coated all that well. But I think part of it might also hit in the middle here, where it bends. If I have it bent, like, you know, like this or something. Oops, so you can see, hopefully. You know, if I have it bent like that, it's not just those little, the bare ends that are gonna touch. Yeah, it would be interesting to see what happens. Experiments. I have some experiments I want to do. I'm hopefully going to be doing a dice trade with a couple other people soon. There's a group of 3 of us that make dice that we kind of chat every once in a while. And, like, I don't know what to do for this. What should I do? What color should I ink these? I have no idea, or you know, stuff like that, or just updates on molds and things, kind of like the technical side of things. So we were talking about doing a dice trade, which is exciting for me. Like, I see everybody's beautiful handmade dice, and I'm like, those are beautiful and also expensive. But I have kind of an idea for a set for one of them that I'm like, ooh, I've never done this before, but this is a great excuse to experiment a little bit. If I just set this in here, let me just see how this rests. There's a piece of resin in there. There's also cat hair. Always cat hair. I think I must bring it in on my sweater. Okay, so I guess that might work. Like that one, I think there's enough kind of covering things that it should be okay. It's keeping it away from the edge enough that I think that this one will be fine. And it's short enough that I think this one will be fine. Some of these longer ones, the shorter ones I'm not as worried about. The short ones, it's not going to be a big issue. You joined a Discord group from the guy you bought your masters from. It's been so helpful. They have chat rooms dedicated to helping you figure out all sorts of things, including inking. Oh, cool! That's cool. I was part of a Facebook group at one point that was kind of dedicated to that sort of stuff too, but I think it's kind of on hiatus at the moment. The moderators were reworking some stuff, but that's very cool. Where did you get your masters from, if you don't mind my asking? I'm just curious. I'm gonna try, hopefully, printing my own from here on out, but I got mine from Rebel Broker, and they were great to work with. Talking about Dice Library? Arcana Cast. Oh, okay. I think I've heard of them. I haven't bought from them, but I've heard of them. What do you mean by... Oh, no, not Dice Library. Dice Making Discoveries on Facebook. It's all about asking questions and you know, giving advice and stuff. Absolutely no sales allowed or anything like that. But it was great for, especially like, it was great when I was first starting out to figure out like what equipment I needed and stuff. And, you know, I could look at other people's things and be like, oh, that's a cool way to do that. And then I feel like I kind of know what I'm doing a little bit more at this point. I still, you know, would use it for equipment and things. Like when I first got a tumbler, that's where I found out about it being an option. I'm just like, yes, let's do that, because things don't look great when I polish them. Not really my strong suit. But, you know, at this point also, I feel like I kind of know what I'm doing a little bit more. And so, you know, people would ask questions. And at this point, I'm just like, hey, I can answer that. So it was just a great environment for both, like, asking and then also being able to answer questions for people, too. I was reflecting on that the other day, because I have a set of dice in my shop at the moment that they're the faux stone ones. They're gray and they have, like, other shades of gray and gold and stuff in them. But what we're going to be doing tonight is we're going to do some dirty pours. So that's where we put all the colors that we're going to use into the same cup, and then we pour that into the mold. And And I posted a picture of those on social media not too long ago. And I was reflecting on the fact that when I first started doing dice making, I saw a set of dice that someone had done with like a dirty pour, and I had no idea how to do it. And so I messaged them and it was just like, hey, do you mind my asking how you did that? And they wrote up like a whole like little tutorial for me, and they posted it so that everyone could see it and everything. It wasn't on that Facebook group, but it was on Tumblr. But they wrote up like a whole little tutorial and everything, and it's just like, I want to be that person. You know, if other people are just starting out and stuff, or people see something that I've made and they're just like, cool, how do you do that? I'm like, I want to be that person. I want to get other people into making stuff as well. That's really great. That's what I liked about doing soap, too. I feel like it was also kind of that environment. I don't know if environment's the right word. It was that sort of community. Community is the word I'm looking for. There was kind of a community like that when I was doing soap making, too, where there wasn't really trade secrets, which might sound weird. I mean, you know, people have different styles and stuff, and then maybe there's a few things where it's just like, this is something that they're the only person that does it, and so they're kind of like, you know, not as willing to share. But for the most part, all of the soap makers that I came into contact with were so excited to see other people making soap. I feel like that's kind of the same way with dice makers that I've met, or, you know, interacted with at the very least. Everyone's just so excited that other people are doing it too. It's just like, yeah! I don't know, there's not really a super competitive thing. I guess maybe part of it might be because it's sort of an art. So even if you asked two different people to make the same thing, it would end up different. Like, you know, if you showed me a photo of something, of a set of dice, and was like, hey, I want something like this, I could, you know, probably figure out what techniques were used and that sort of stuff. You know, I kind of know what techniques might have been used and stuff now, but even if I did those exact same techniques, it would look different. Like, it's gonna look like something that I made. I don't know, I guess it kind of maybe helps prevent some competition and stuff. I don't know, I guess at this point too, I don't really have a desire to be a big dice maker. I don't know how to put that necessarily. You know, I've followed a couple of dice makers long before I ever started making dice, just because, you know, I thought what they made was gorgeous and stuff. You know, and I like seeing pretty things. And some of them, well, either the dice are very, very expensive, or they have done like a Kickstarter or something to kind of open like up kind of production and stuff of the dice that they've made. And I don't really want to get to that point. Like, I would much rather be able to have, you know, a Discord with just a few people that want to hang out and chat about D&D and arts and crafts and stuff, I guess. Like, I'm okay being small. I just kind of want to get to the point where I can make a living doing it. Like, I'd love to be able to get to that point. But I want to be small enough that I'm always working for myself. I don't want to get to the point where I have to try and manage anybody else. I always want to be able to focus on, oh yeah, I want to be stable, absolutely. But I also always want to be able to be the one that's making things. Like, the whole point, the whole thing that I enjoy about this is the fact that I get to do arts and crafts. I like doing arts and crafts. So, you know, if I got to a point where it was big enough that I was no longer making the dice, there's no point. What's the point of that? I think... And I'm still figuring out how I'm going to make these so that they are protected. We're just going to add a little bit of resin here. And I'm going to kind of bend this a little bit. Wouldn't mind getting to the point where there's maybe one other person working with you, but you get, yeah, most of the fun is getting to work on things yourself. Like, the business side of things is the unenjoyable part. Like, the reason that I enjoy doing this is because I get to make things. Like, the whole marketing aspect and stuff, it's just something I have to do. You know, figuring out what to post on social media 3 times a week, packaging orders, doing taxes, all of the like administrative stuff is the boring part. And I mean, you know, there's certain things there that I like. Like I like being able to like comment on things on social media and stuff. Like, you know, there's fun with the interactions and stuff. But the fun part is the making of this stuff. And I don't want to get to a point where I'm stuck doing the admin side of things. I don't get to make this stuff anymore. That's where's the fun in that? Don't know. There's enough resin on this one. Actually, no, I think that's okay. I'm gonna leave that one there. I'm gonna put that one in the bottom of there. Yeah, I can see working with one other person. To be fair, part of that is because there's less admin stuff if I was working with just one other person. It's so much easier to set things up as a partnership as opposed to having employees. What's on my screen? Oh, it's that random piece of paper. But just the whole idea of doing the admin side of things. I guess, to be fair, that's kind of, I kind of want to start making YouTube videos. I've mentioned this before. Probably arts and crafts and that sort of stuff. But, you know, to be fair, that sort of stuff, you know, I wouldn't stop being the one that's making that stuff. But, you know, if someone else was going to edit for me, I'd be okay with that. I don't like editing. That's probably the main reason I haven't started doing YouTube stuff. So I don't enjoy editing at all. We'll put that one in the bottom of there. That seems okay. We'll add a little bit more to the top of that, I think. You'd like to see what the rest of my workspace looks like. It's a little bit of a mess at the moment. It's always a little bit of a mess. I'm slowly cleaning things up, but I can show you. Well, the stuff behind me, in my little camera down here, that's all soap stuff. But for resin, let me show you. We're gonna go on a little bit of a trip. There's all of my molds that I've made. That's all my molds. And I make molds every other week, so I can keep up with stuff. And because, you know, my silicone has a shelf life, and I have a lot of it. I have like all of my glitters and stuff over here. I recently moved stuff. There's you. I recently moved stuff. I had stuff over on the table over here, which you can see is kind of a mess. I had everything on the table over here, and I just couldn't get to it, so then I ended up with all of my pigments and stuff on my table here, because I never put it away. And then I have all of my pigments and stuff over here. Say hello! Yeah, I have like a bunch of pigments, and then some other random bits and bobs over here. But the idea is that... Oops, wrong thing. Don't need to look at me. You need to look at what I'm working on. The idea is that I can grab my pigment and put it away within arm's reach. Because if I can't put it away within arm's reach from where I'm sitting, it won't go away. I'm slowly working on organizing some things in here. I have a whole room here that's my craft space. But I have like all my soap stuff back here. I'm kind of moving this room into having kind of sections. I'm still working on setting things up. So like this is kind of my resin space for the most part. I have all my soap stuff on the table behind me. I also will work on polymer clay either here or on that table. And then I have kind of a corner off in the room here that I just cleaned out a space there. When was that? It was earlier in the week. Maybe last Sunday? I think it was on Sunday. I cleared out that space. I'm going to set up a sewing machine there. I got a sewing machine for Christmas like 2 years ago. I still haven't set it up because I just haven't figured out where I want to put it. But hopefully I will actually get that set up now that I have a space kind of figured out. That looks pretty good. But no, I guess what it kind of comes down to is the stuff that I'm going to be using while I'm working. It's nice to have it within arm's reach so that I can put it away. I'm not a minimalist or anything by any means. I actually read Marie Kondo's book when it was super popular. It's actually a very good book with some very good information in it. I thought it was actually very good. Like, you know, I have a lot of clutter and stuff. And I'm not good at getting rid of things. I'm a little bit of a hoarder. That's one of the points of my crow painting over here. That we've worked on stream a little bit. See if I can get it so you can see my crow painting here. It's a little bit of the point, and that was kind of part of the reason that this was going to be titled Self-Portrait. It's because I'm a little bit of a hoarder. I just like get random stuff, and I'm like, I could use this for an art project. And then it just piles up. And I mean, you know, I've used some of it now in this painting, but, you know, I end up with all sorts of random stuff. But one of the things that I really liked in that book was saying that make the home for an item. So, you know, where is this thing supposed to go? Make it where it is easiest to put it away, not where it is easiest to grab it from. And I was like, that makes a lot of sense. I think that was from Marie Kondo's book anyways, if I'm remembering correctly. So if you're, oh, anybody want to see a kitten? There's a kitten scratching at my door. Okay, kitten break. All right, come on in. Hello, cutie. Oh. Okay, kitten. Here, come say hello to the people, to your adoring fans. You want to come sit on my lap for a little bit? Just a second. Scoot back a little bit. You want to come sit on my lap for a little bit? No, you're not running around in here. Nope, I've got polymer clay stuff I don't want you stepping on. But you can come sit here for a little bit. Kitten. That's not. Yes, this is not. I have 4 cats. All of them are named after like book or podcast characters. So, this one's named after a character from Critical Role. And she's the baby. She's the baby of the bunch. I have Fitz, who's the oldest. He's named after Fitzwilliam Darcy from Pride and Prejudice. And then we have Koshak from Welcome to Night Vale. And then we have Luna from Harry Potter. And then we have Not here from Critical Role. Hello. But she might go out again because she wants down. And you're not wandering around in here. She's, to be fair, usually pretty good about being in here. The other cats are not, but she's usually pretty chill about being in here. But I was working on polymer clay stuff earlier today, and I have it just sitting in a tray behind me. And I don't want her stepping on it. I don't want to have to make them again. You good? You gonna stay there? Nope, I think she's gonna go out. What are you doing? I haven't. I've heard of that one, but I have not listened to it. I tend to get fixated on like one piece of media at a time and then obsess over that for 2 weeks to 2 years and then move on to something else. So it was Critical Role. It's your absolute favorite right now. Is it on like where would I find it if I was gonna listen to it? Where should I look it up? I think I saw an animatic of it actually, of something from it. It was funny. Okay, she's settled down now. Yes, you can hang out here until I get out the 2-part resin, but you're not wandering around. She's very cute. Spotify or something similar. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, so it's like a podcast. Use Spotify. All right. Yeah, I can use Spotify. That's always an option. Yeah, no, I tend to get into like one piece of media at a time, and then my brain is just like, yes, this one thing of media, and then I don't have brain space for other things. Okay, you're going out. All right, out you go. Bye. Bye-bye. Out you go. I gotta add to the cat hair in here every once in a while. There's never enough cat hair. I have a weird question for you guys. How is the audio on this? Is it peaking? Is it peaking at all? I'm looking at the... Sorry, I'm... Nope, okay. I'm looking at the little bar it has, because it kind of shows me the level of audio. No, that's fair. That's fair. 3 to 4 hours, yeah. They're long. It's a lot of hours. No, but I was looking at the little bar here on my streaming software, and it was getting up into like the red. I think it's supposed to say in the green and the yellow. Usually it's in the yellow. But I was just like, hopefully that's not bad. Okay, well, alright, if audio sounds fine, then I'm not worried. But no, that is valid. Critical Role is a lot of hours. Like I said, I tend to get into like one piece of media at a time, so when I got into Critical Role, I just went through and watched all of it. And now that I'm like not as into it, still into it, but I'm not like as into it, it's much easier for me to stay up to date. I'm adding a little bit more to the couple of corners here. It didn't really seem to get enough. I want a little bit more covering the ends. And I'm a cover. I don't know why my voice went like that. I don't have an accent. I'm gonna cover the center here a little bit. Help protect that. I think curve it a little bit before hardening it. Alright. You heard the accent and immediately thought you were once again playing a cowboy Twilight cleric. I'm really not great at accents. I mean, I don't know. Every once in a while, I'll just randomly fall into an accent. But if you like asked me to do a particular accent, I don't know that I could do it. You know, I miss being around actors. It's been a long time since I've done any theater. I was looking into doing theater right before the pandemic hit, which is funny because I was like, yes, I finally have time. I can go out and do some musical theater again or something. I was looking up auditions, and then, you know, pandemic. Come on, let's run that one more time. For some reason you imagine Twilight with southern accents. No, I would have the same accent probably as people in Twilight, because I think it's in the same state. Or at least it's in the Pacific Northwest. So I probably would have the same accent as people in Twilight. Just fun fact, I guess. I don't know if it's a fun fact, actually. It's a fact of some sort. Okay, I think this is getting a little bit closer. It's kind of interesting because, you know, I mean, like, I feel like everyone probably to a certain extent doesn't think of themselves as having an accent, and everyone does. Like, I do realize that, like, I have some sort of accent. I'm gonna have some sort of local dialect. Cowboy Twilight Cleric, and that was just like, oh, Southern Vampires. I wanna suck your blood. We're gonna. I'm a vampire. This seems fitting. But no, I probably would have. The character in question is a werewolf, interestingly enough. Oh, the irony. Seems ironic somehow. Shapeshifter, oh, okay, lycanthrope. Yeah. Same sort of idea. But no, it's weird. Yeah, I figure everyone probably to a certain extent. Oh. Oh, weird. Huh. That's weird. Sorry, I didn't realize that was like, so I think I have it on that, like, it just kind of auto moderates for certain words and stuff. For some reason, it doesn't like the term redneck. Huh. Let's see, a redneck Goliath wizard that yells out all his attacks. Oh, wow. That sounds fun. Yeah. Yeah. Here I am thinking about accents, but we're talking about D&D, sorry. Because what I was saying was that I feel like no one probably thinks of themselves as having an accent. He's fun. That sounds fun. That sounds like a fun character. Just calls out all of his attacks. I'm not quite sure what my accent, because like I said, I don't think of myself as having an accent, but I also realize that I've got to have some sort of accent. What makes the dialect of English that I speak different from other places? And I think part of it is because a lot of media uses the same accent that I have to a certain extent, because I feel like, the way that I talk is not going to be too different from how they talk in, like, LA, where a lot of films and stuff come out of. But I don't know. I'm not quite sure. What do I say that's indicative of my location? I think I read at one point that some of it is just, I don't know, slurring words together, but maybe it is kind of like having a sort of relaxed form of speech. Like I do say y'all. What are y'all doing? Doing. I say doing. Do you guys say doing instead of doing? What? Long A's. You're in the Midwest, you hear a lot of nasal voices and long A's in words. You're in doing territory. Oh, I think you're also on the West Coast. Sort of. Because I know we're in the same time zone. So, like I said, like, I feel like part of the reason I maybe don't you're so painfully West Coast. You also say doing, okay. Ooh, you're literally touching the beach. Ooh, that's nice. No, the beach is still, I don't know, 3-hour drive or something for me. It'd be a ways away. Probably more than that, actually. But I mean, I can get to Seattle in a few hours. I don't know if that's too much information about where I live, but, I went to school at UW for a couple years. You have fake beaches in the Midwest. I mean, I guess we have a good river here. I guess we've got river beaches, if that counts for anything. Okay, those I think good. I like, to be fair, I don't think I'd want to live on the beach. I do like, all you know about Pacific Northwest is Seattle and Portland. Fair, that's fair, and that is fine. Amusingly, I live in a desert. No, I don't know, shrub step, close enough. No, and I lived in Seattle for a couple of years. I went to school in Seattle for a couple of years. It's a fun place to live. But no, Seattle and the Portland are kind of the big cities in the Pacific Northwest. They really are. I feel like they're kind of what you think of. That's kind of what I would think of if someone said Pacific Northwest as well. Just on the edge here. It's trying to open up a little bit, and let's see if we can prevent that. Ah. Let me hold it like that so I can hopefully kind of hold that closed. You're aware of Bend, Oregon? You saw the last Blockbuster a few days and you go and you're also aware of Bend. Let's see. Well, Forks is in Washington. That's why I said I probably have the same accent as people in Twilight. I'm thinking now. Where are famous places in Washington and Oregon? Like Seattle and Portland. I guess maybe Walla Walla. Maybe that's a well-known one. I don't know. I just always think of the ting tang Walla Walla bing bang. Ooh ee ooh ah ah ting ting Walla Walla bing bang. That one. That song. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, maybe that's not a song that people know, but oh, Tillamook's in Oregon. Yeah. I've been to Tillamook. Tillamook's not very big. Oh, there's a recording studio there? I don't think of Tillamook as being all that big. I mean, I guess it kind of is, but I don't know. We have some family friends with a beach house down near there, so I've been to Tillamook. Yeah, no, that's in Oregon. Yeah, I didn't know there was a recording studio there. Lovely area. That's a beautiful area. Like, it's so lush there. There's like kind of mountains and also the beach. Like, beautiful area. If you ever decide to go somewhere on a vacation, Tillamook's pretty nice. If you like beaches and stuff. Fairly temperate. It's not super warm there. It's not usually super cold either, year round. That's the nice thing about being by the ocean. The ocean always kind of helps with temperature. Keeps things kind of roughly the same temperature year round. Plus, you know, Tillamook cheese and ice cream is the best kind. Actually, Tillamook cheese and ice cream is really good. That's kind of the brand that we get now. At one point, my brother got Tillamook ice cream because it was on sale. He's in charge of groceries and food and stuff in my house, but he got Tillamook ice cream because it was on sale, I think. And now that's the only brand of ice cream we get because it's really the best. Really is the best. I think I need to cover this more. The band you were super into about 10 years ago made an EP in Tillamook. Do you mind my asking what band? Because now I'm curious, but, huh. So like music recording and stuff. I think there might be some music. Out here we have Oberwise. Huh. I haven't heard of them. Meg and Dia. Oberwise. Meg and Dia. Yeah, I haven't heard of them. Sounds like Jen has. Is this a band that I need to look up now? Is it that's kind of that seems to be the vibe I'm getting. I'm right back. I'm traveling to 2006. Every once in a while, I just get like the urge to go listen to like, I don't know, music from the 2000s and stuff. It's just like, ah yes, I would like some pop punk, please. I have no idea what's being said in my chat, which is fine. I'm just bending these a little bit and I'm going to coat them in more resin and then we'll put them into the molds. Sorry, all I have stuck in my head now, guys, is ooh ee ooh ah ah ting tang walla walla bing bang. Ooh ee ooh ah ah ting tang walla walla bing bang. And I think the guy that wrote that was from Walla Walla. That's what I heard anyways. I don't know, I guess Walla Walla has one of those names where I don't find it weird. Because, like, I'm used to it at this point. But, you know, other people might find it weird, I don't know. I think we have quite a few names here that come from Native American words, maybe. I think that's probably where some of the, like Yakima, I think that is some sort of, I think that's a tribe, actually. Is there a Yakima tribe? Which would explain some of the names around here. All right, let's get these coated a little bit. So I'm gonna try and bend these quite a bit. Coat them in some resin. Ah, Fitz is back. He probably wants, no buddy, I'm not coming out, I'm working on stuff. He's probably unhappy that I'm not upstairs petting him at the moment. One of his favorite things, like I could tell you all of my cats some of their favorite things, because they all have different favorite things. One of his favorite things, though, is for someone to come and pet him while he eats the food dish. And it's very cute, but also it's just like, dude, you need to be able to eat on your own. I can't just come and pet you every time you eat. Oh man, this is taking a bit of time. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah, ting, tang, wah, bing, bang. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ting, tang, wah, bing, bang. Oof, this might take a while. Ah, hopefully I won't drop things. I don't know how I feel about this one in here. Set that one out for a moment. Yeah, I think I kind of want to coat these a little bit more. Well, I'm going to bend them and I'm going to bend them at the very least. I'm going to try coating these. This is what I'm saying about all of the little things that need to get done. We're gonna coat these all the way. Just with a little bit. Just because I've remade these so many times and I don't want to have to remake them again. I just want them to turn out this time. Alright, that one's all kind of coated. I don't need a lot. I just want enough that it's not going to, you know, yes, these are for a commission. The original kind of thing was that they wanted something that was kind of like labradorite. If you look up labradorite, beautiful stone. And it's kind of a darker grayish color. It's kind of, you know, kind of a grayish stone color. And then it has these shocks of like bluish, like rainbow chatoyancy to it. Which is why I had this blue holographic paper here. And I was just like, oh, that has a very similar look to it. But, you know, it's been kind of a pain to work with just because it's not like the sturdiest material, I guess. You know, it is paper. It's paper that I went and glued to itself so there was blue on both sides. Like, it's just paper. And that's what has caused me problems when it comes to sanding and polishing, because I've sanded off some of the paper and things. And I was hoping to get these done a little bit sooner. These are a little bit higher up on my list for when they were ordered. These ones were ordered a little bit ago now. You know, I don't always end up working on things in the order that people order them, just because, you know, some things have pieces that are going to take longer than others. But, you know, especially if I need to, like, make polymer clay things and stuff, you know, that takes time. Making little polymer clay things takes time. But this set, it has just been difficult to get the design right, and then difficult to then execute. And I mean, if this doesn't work, I might need to reach out to the person, just be like, I don't think I'm going to be able to get it. Because I'd rather someone get what they want than, you know, get something that they aren't going to love. But I think we'll get it. Because, like, I have talked to them and, like, they like the design, but it's just like, you know, I was going to try and kind of fix those up. And I'm like, no, they're not good enough for me. I'm not going to even send photos and stuff of them to the person if I don't think they're good. So we're just going to try it again and hopefully make them better. You know, I want to make something that's quality and something that the person's going to want. You know. Yes, I'm trying to make a little bit of a buffer for when I sand it. I'm just adding a little bit of UV resin so that hopefully if I have to, you know, sand a side, it'll sand off a little bit of that UV resin instead of the paper. And so it doesn't need to be perfect or anything. I just want it so that it sits away from the edge a little bit. No, not upside down. Let me do all these flat ones first. But yes, that is the goal. I did this with a lot of, well, almost anything that I end up sticking to the side of the mold. Like I did a set recently that has little glow-in-the-dark butterflies in it. And those probably would have been fine if they had gotten sanded a little bit. But I went ahead and kind of coated them in a little bit of UV resin anyways, just to help, you know, protect them if I needed to sand the sides. That way I wouldn't sand off any of the butterfly. And that really stemmed from a set that I did that had little holographic butterflies stuck to the sides. And when which was for a different commission. And when I first, sorry, just a second. When I did them first and then I started sanding them, it sanded off the color of them. I think they were like blue holographic butterflies. And then once I started sanding them, it got rid of the holographicness and the blue. They were suddenly just silver butterflies, which was not what I wanted at all. You know, it turned out that all of the coloring and everything was on the outside of the butterfly. So, you know, from that point on, I just kind of go, you know, a little bit more better safe than sorry, making sure things that are protected from getting sanded off. Even if it does take almost 2 hours. It's maybe perhaps a little bit of a repetitive task that I could have done off stream. I didn't really realize how long this was going to take, to be fair. Didn't think it was going to take quite this long. But now that I've started, I want to finish this up. And then we'll get on to the exciting stuff. Alright, there's that one. Ah, no, don't fall over. Okay. Ah, you're so sexy, yeah. Yeah, at this point it's just like, I want these to turn out. I'm gonna do everything, even if it's overkill. I just want them to turn out. I'd rather it be overkill than they not turn out again. The plan for these is I'm gonna do basically the same thing I did last time. So these will go in the mold, and then I'll have some semi-translucent black resin, and then I'll have a little bit of a kind of a dirty pour with some like gunmetal gray in it. So it'll be black resin, and then I'll have kind of a swirl of gunmetal gray in there, and that'll just hopefully add a little bit to the sort of stone effect. I thought of adding like some black alcohol ink too. Ah, Fizz is still out there being sad. My cats are very sweet. More often than not, after I'm done streaming, when I go out there, there's like 2 of them just laying in the hallway waiting for me. It's very cute. But they're not allowed in here when I'm doing resin stuff. I'm messing with actual resin, because it puts off fumes and stuff, you know? I don't want to get them sick or anything. That wouldn't be good. Okay, just that here. Ooh, let's not get any resin on my glasses. Alright, well, while I'm working on this, let me start thinking ahead to the other things that we're going to be making. I'm going to add the final rainbow layer to this set of dice. This set, I started with like a, you know, it has pink, orange, yellow, green, and blue in there now. And so we're going to add our purple to those. It's not going to be the final layer in there. I'm going to do like a clear layer with clouds in it on at least a few of them. But it's our last color there, which is exciting. And that doesn't take very much. We're going to do this set, obviously. I have 2 D20s here that we're going to put bees into. I did do one the same way as this before, and it worked really well. It just had a little bit of an air bubble in it, which, you know, I'm just kind of like, doesn't look great. So we're going to, I'm doing 2 now. I figure that, you know, if I have a spare, that's fine. I can just go in my shop. And then I want to do like 2 sets with some dirty pours, which again is just taking all the colors and putting them in the same cup and then pouring that in. I haven't decided what colors yet though. So I'm wondering if anybody has any colors that they'd like to see, or color combos. I have a pressure pot, yes. I do have a pressure pot, which is great. It really does a good job of making my dice bubble free. And I don't know how well my two-part molds would work without a pressure pot, because there'd be no place for the bubbles to escape. But no, I do have a pressure pot, and I'll probably have to sign off before I actually put things in the pressure pot, just because it looks like I'll have to fill the air compressor, which is rather loud, but we'll get things made. Yeah, a pressure pot, I guess, is one of those things that's not necessarily like absolutely necessary, but you know, if I was going to, you know, pick some equipment, I would pick that over a lot of other things when it comes to dice making, just because I feel like bubbles are something you don't want in dice, especially for like weighting and stuff. But I know they can be spendy and stuff too. They can be little spendy. So, you know, it's possible to make dice without them, but I feel like they really help a lot. Come on. I want a little bit more. Just ordered one earlier today. Which one did you end up getting? I have a Harbor Freight one that your wallet hurt. I got, you know, a Harbor Freight, it's for like, pressurizing paint, which I then made some modifications to. Did you get like a pre put together one? They really are great to have, though. Like, if you're going to be doing a lot of dice making and stuff, like, at least in my opinion, you won't regret it. Like, if you're going to be doing a lot of resin stuff, because it really just makes the resin look nice, too, with how clear things turn out. I guess it depends on what kind of resin you're using and stuff, too. Like, I use a very thick resin. Some people use like thinner resins where the air works out of it a lot easier, but oh, you also went with the Harbor Freight. Yeah, the pre-configured one was like $100 more. Yeah. It's not too bad. There's lots of how-to videos on YouTube for how to what parts to get and how to set them up. So it's not too bad with the Harbor Freight one. I think that's a fairly standard one too that people get, because when I was first starting to like look for pressure pots and stuff, a lot of them weren't rated for the amount of pressure that I would need, because I think this one's rated for 60 psi, and you know, you want about 35 to 40 for curing resin. It's just like, I don't want to be right next to the limit for how. Looked up a ton of conversion videos to see what would work best. Yeah, oh yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, no, I looked up a ton of stuff too. But yeah, part of it was just what it came down to, like how much pressure can it hold. A lot of the ones that I looked at, they just didn't have the same amount of like the pressure rating that some of the other ones that this one did. All right. Okay, let me cure these. See how these look. Oh. colors. What colors should we do for a dirty pour? And there's I kind of think of there as being like two different kinds of dirty pour. Let me see if I can, I don't know if I have examples. I don't know that I have examples of the kind of what I mean by that. I don't know that I have a good example, but I feel like there's a dirty pour where I have two different resins that I put in the same cup, and there's a dirty pour where I have the resin and then I put a pigment on top of the resin in the cup. And so there's multiple options here. We can do both too, you know, we can have two different colored resins and a pigment on top. And I guess really the main difference is that when you have like two resins in the same cup, I feel like they often like kind of mix together a little bit more and they end up as more bigger blobs of the color. Whereas when I have a pigment on top, first of all, it kind of ends up looking like it's something swirling on the outside of the die and not in the die. But also I get like thinner lines, almost like kind of striations. So, you know, they have kind of different looks. But I don't know, like maybe we could do something with like, maybe with the glow in the dark and a different resin, you know, that's an option. We could have my cat screaming outside the door again. He's still so sad. I've done ones before where I do like black resin and then like a rainbow of colors on top of it, which in the pigments, and those always turn out good. I always like those. Maybe I'll have to do more of those at some point, but I've done that before. You know, I want to try something new and different. I do have some designs that I really should go back and make more, but I don't know that I should just do that on my own at some point. I'd rather do new and exciting things on the stream, I guess. Oh, like the crayon scratch-off thingy in art class. If you go to my shop, which there's a link, I think, underneath the video, there's a set in there that I think is called Melted Crayon. And that is actually black resin. They're very light colored dice, but it's actually black resin. And that was a rainbow of inks with white ink on top of it. So I did like, you know, pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and I did drops of white on top of that. And all of those lighter colors ended up on the outside of the die, even though the resin itself is actually black in that. And so they ended up actually being very light colored. I do know what you mean though about the, it's not there anymore? Oh. Is it not? Oh, well, okay, because they sold. When did that happen? Okay, so those literally sold at 6, right before I started streaming. Oh wow, let me go find a picture of those. What about the timing on that? Actually, there might be a picture on my Instagram, which would be easier for me to find. There's something very ironic and funny about that, actually. I was literally talking about that set of dice earlier today, I think. Because that was a set of dice. You wanted those two. Well, that's kind of what I was saying. Maybe we can make something like that. This set. this set right here, that's actually black resin. It just has light colored ink on top of it. And you can kind of see how the lighter colored ink has swirled on the outside of the die. Well, what I was saying earlier today was there's a couple of sets that I had in the shop that I kind of made for me because they were dice that I wanted. And so if they did not sell before the listing ran out, because the listings, you know, you have to renew them every like 4 months, I think. If they didn't renew, or I mean if the listing ran out, I was going to keep them, and that was one of those sets that I was just telling my brother about earlier today. I was like, that set and this other set, if they don't sell, they are mine. Because I originally made that set for myself. I was going to keep that set for myself. And then I was just like, well, I have these mostly done. And then I was just like, I like these, but I can make more. I was like, I'll just put them in the shop. I can make more. Sorry, that's still just funny timing to me though, because those have been there for a little bit now, and they were some of my favorites. And I was just talking about them earlier today, and they sold right before the stream that I was just talking about them in. But we're gonna make some more, you know, maybe kind of like that tonight, maybe something with some inks like that. Those are some of my favorites. I do have a set that has like purples and blues in it that's kind of similar. It's going to be in the shop. I don't think I have any pictures of it yet, but they'll be in the shop on Friday. There's like a cat hair stuck in my resin. Okay. Well, thank you. I'm glad you like them. I'm looking for you know, color ideas for what we should do tonight though. I could do a whole rainbow. Those were like a whole rainbow of ink colors on black. You know, I could do some more that are kind of like a whole rainbow. I like doing it on a black background, but maybe I could try it on a different background too. You know, like the faux stone dice that I did. Those were on like a light gray background, and they had like black and gold ink, I think, in them. So, you know, we could always do something like that. I don't know, it might be fun to try something where it's like bright colors too, like a bright colored resin. Could do something with a bright colored resin. Like maybe like bright pink. Oil slick looks in the light. Yes. And I think I could see how we could do that maybe. I have maybe an idea. I wonder if we could do something like that. Let's try that. Yeah, the shimmering colors. I think for that I wouldn't use the inks. I would use just a bunch of different duo. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, now I'm thinking about that. I think I do like maybe a black base resin, and then take some of the mica powders that I have and mix those up and put them in that black base, because with the black background usually you get kind of the shimmery color of those, I feel like. And so if I had the black resin with just some of that in there, it might be kind of cool. Yeah. That's an idea. That's an idea. It's getting hard to get the resin out of here. We're just gonna put this on top of here. let's try and do an oil slick. That sounds fun. Cool. There's idea number one. We'll try and do an oil slick. I think that sounds exciting. I don't know how well it'll turn out or anything, but it sounds cool. And then let's maybe do something bright for the second one, because that one's going to be kind of dark. I mean, I could try and use the neon pigments again. I just used those for some stuff. An attempt will be made, yeah. Whether it works out or not, an attempt will be made. I'm using this as a palette now for my resin. Alright, so I'm thinking, I haven't actually tried a dirty pour with a white background, I don't think, and then colors. So maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll try doing like a white background with some nice bright colors on top of that. See how that looks. So let's try doing like an oil slick, I think. And then let's try doing like a rainbow of colors on top of white with the inks. The oil slick's not going to be with inks. It's going to be with a bunch of mica powders and a black resin base. And then we'll try a white background with like a rainbow of inks on top, I think. I think that sounds good. But first, let me finish these. To be fair, I could probably start placing them in the molds, and I might not even need these last few. So let me do that. Let me get rid of all of this resin that I'm using, finish using it up. And then we will bake these and start putting them into the molds. And then hopefully we'll have enough here that I won't even need to finish these last few. That would be nice. Just be done now. Now I'm excited. Now I'm excited to try doing like an oil slick or something. I actually have some dice that I think are Chessex. You know, the classic. That I think they're Chessex, but they're kind of an oil slick look to them. They're so pretty. I like the colors like that where it's all oil slick. Like. See if I can use this last little bit of resin. Kind of coat that a little bit. Cool. I'm glad we have a plan. Like I was saying at the beginning of this stream, I usually like to have some sort of theme going into things. I don't know, that's just kind of how my brain works. I usually will have like something that I'm drawing inspiration from, like something specific. Like beach dice. I've made beach dice or galaxy dice. I should make more galaxy dice. I think I just sold my last set of those. My galaxy dice are the original dice that were in my shop. And so I keep those stocked for the most part. They're kind of more... I feel like the polishing quality on those isn't quite as good because I have to do those by hand. But, you know, what you gonna do? Well, that's part of the reason I'm like, I should make more of certain designs, like with the galaxy ones. Yeah, I can show you a galaxy one while that's baking. I have some spare dice over here, just spare random ones. Let's see if I can show you the colors and stuff in there. Well, it has like, kind of hard to see, but it has kind of like a pinkish shimmer in there as well. Yeah, this is a good example. And then holographic glitter. You know, the reason I can't put them in the tumbler, you can't really see the pink all that well. There's kind of like a pinkish shimmer in there, a pink-blue shimmer. The reason I can't put these in the tumbler is because of the holographic glitter. It gets rid of the holographicness. Because I don't have anything between that and the you know, outside. Oh. Sorry, I was just thinking about, I've seen people do dice where they have like a mold that is the shape of the dice but doesn't have numbers on it, and it's just small enough that it will fit inside the mold that has the numbers. So it's slightly smaller, it just, you know, has the thickness of the numbers basically difference. And if I did something like that, so I did those and then I had kind of like a clear outer shell, I kind of want to try doing that at some point. I feel like that could open up, yeah, inserts. I kind of want to try doing that at some point. I feel like that could open up some new designs and stuff for me. Because I could like make inserts and then paint them or something and then put them in. And I could have dice that had like hand painted designs and stuff. It's like, oh, well, you know, that might be kind of cool. All right, let me start putting these into the mold. I'm trying not to. I think I'll this one on the side actually. Try not to shove these up against the side too much, because I don't want to like jam all the little points in the side and have to, you know, sand them. And I was saying that's what I'm kind of trying to avoid. Oh no, no, it ain't me, babe. Okay, I think this is going to be working better though, with having the little bit of a buffer. You saw something that looked like gelatinous cubes using inserts. Oh, that's a cool idea. Where you can have, because you could have like slightly different shades and stuff. Ooh, see, that's a cool idea. I want to get some like larger D6 mold, like masters. I just got a Resin 3D printer recently. I have not messed around with it all that much. I'm still figuring out how to like make the files and stuff for it. I really do need to mess around with it. I just haven't gotten around. I haven't had the time. But I want to try making like some chunky D6s, like big D6s, because that's actually something that I've been wanting to do for a while, is make gelatinous cubes. It was something that my mom mentioned to me at one point. She was like, what if you made some like gelatinous cube D6s? I'm like, that's a great idea. Why didn't I think of that? So it's a little bit longer. Yeah, I've played D&D with my family since I was a wee bab. Chunky D6s. Yes, I want to make chunky D6s and like D20s. There's quite a few like more types of dice that I kind of want to make. Like I kind of want to do like a D2. I've seen people that have the D2s, so like the coins with like their logos on it and stuff. And I'm just like, that's smart. It's smart to have the thing with your logo on it. And I'm like, I should do that. That'd be good, I think. And actually, that might be easier to try printing. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. The coins always look so good. So I kind of want to do that, and I kind of want like a chunky D6 and a chunky D20. Even if I don't do like a full set of dice that are chunky, you know, chunky D6 and chunky D20 I think would be good. I feel like those are D6s and D20s are like the kind of things that people collect as individuals. Like most people don't collect like a D8. They don't have a collection of D8s or something. They either have a collection of D20s or D6s. So it would make the most sense, I feel like, to sell those as singles, which I guess is kind of what I do at the moment. I have, you know, every once in a while I'll have a D6 set or a single D20 available in my shop. Alright, so that seems to be good. Chunky basics, yeah. Yes, back to our chunky basics. I think this one will end up on top, which is good. Alright, let's get some more in here. Alright, here, let me show you what I'm doing. I'm just trying to place these in the molds so that there's at least, oh, let's see if it'll focus, so that there's at least a little bit of the blue showing on like every side. That's kind of what it comes down to, is I want some of that blue showing on every side. I don't want one side that's just boring. You know, where's the fun in that? So I think, let's put this one over here. Gotta bend this a little bit. Try and get it to fit in here. Not the cat hair. I don't want the cat hair to fit in there. It's always the cat hair that fits in there though. Okay, and then I'm going to do this so that it can fold over to the top a little bit. That's a little difficult. That makes sense now why I was applying resin to the edges. Yeah. Because that was just kind of, there was kind of two main spots that it was, you know, ending up rubbed off. Like some of it was rubbing off on like the side, which I can show that. You can kind of see it there. It's rubbing off on the side a little bit. That really thin part right there. And that's not as big of a deal because it doesn't really mess with the integrity of the dye. But stuff like, you know, the ends, it's really the ends or the, I don't have the one down here anymore, where the middle was against the side and it completely, you know, tore up the middle of the dye. But yeah, make a furball D20 for the memes. I mean, I have a bag of cat hair over here. I think this is Koshi's. I have a bag of cat hair. It's over with my felting stuff. I think that's why I originally saved it. It's because I was debating trying to felt with it, just because I thought it was funny and weird. But, you know, I feel like that would be, with the amount of times in every stream that I mentioned there being cat hair in my resin, that would probably be fitting. It would be a very fitting set of dice. Maybe someday I will have some sort of giveaway again or something. And the giveaway will be for cat hair dice. Just for the lols. Alright, I think I'm going to need to do a couple more. Oops. Ah. That is a running joke of mine though, that yes, every set of dice comes with free cat hair. Alright. Don't like how that's sitting. I don't want any of that to be sticking out. Don't like where that one's sitting. I think this one might end up on top, which is fine. It's just easier to put the flat ones on the flat sides. This is a set of fate dice, so it has the pluses and the minuses on it. So I think we're going to put some of those smaller ones on top, just because it's easier to rest those on top after I get all of the resin in there. So I'm going to go back to the drawing board and put some of these ones that are just slightly bigger into the sides. Alright. And again, I just want some blue on every side. Blue dabba dee dabba die. Now if you don't find some cat hair with your dice, you'll be disappointed. Oh gosh, now you're going to be looking for it. I probably shouldn't have said anything. There's definitely every once in a while I'll make a set of dice and I'll just be like, I can see a single cat hair there. And most of the time I'm just like, I don't think anyone will notice. And then every once in a while I'm just like, on the listing, I'm just like, disclaimer, there's cat hair in this. Or something, some sort of flaw or something. Usually if there's like a super noticeable something that I feel like is, you know, a noticeable flaw or something like that, I'll warn people. There's probably cat hair in dice that I haven't realized too, because it's not like it's super noticeable, I would hope. I think I need one more small one. So I have two sitting off to the side that we're going to set on top of two of these once I have the resin in, and we have one that has a thing on top, which you can see, because I have it kind of wedged in there. And so I need one more kind of small one, so I think probably this one. Yeah, that was going to fit on top. So let me just coat this one, and then I think we'll be good to go. Thank goodness. Alright, let me just coat this one. This is going to seem out of the blue. I've noticed that, like, I have fewer viewers on Saturdays. I'm not sure why that is. I don't know if it's because people are busy on Saturdays, or they have other stuff going on, or I don't know if there's, like, some bigger streamers that stream on Saturdays. I don't know. Just something random I noticed. Like, obviously there's only 2 of you that are chatting. But, like, it's been kind of, I have the stream, not the stream itself, but, like, I have all of my stuff in Twitch to make sure that everything's up and running properly, and then I have everything open in Streamlabs, which is the software that I use to actually organize the streams. So, you know, what you can see. And I've, like, in Twitch, it's been kind of fluctuating today between 3 and 5 viewers, which is fairly average, I feel like. You know, every once in a while we get a few more, every once in a while I'm the only one here. But, I don't know, I feel like it's a lot quieter on Saturdays for some reason. I don't know why. I do also have more random content on Saturdays. I mean, it's really kind of not at this point. Like, I'm still doing arts and crafts usually. I played Minecraft this last Saturday. Just because that's my recent thing. That's my recent thing that I've gotten into is Minecraft. Not that it's a recent thing at all. But for me it's recent. My brother's played it for years, but I hadn't played it before. I played it before last night, but Minecraft is fun, yes. But you know, it's not my usual thing that I stream. I'm usually streaming arts and crafts. So, you know, it was a pretty quiet night. I'm gonna put this away, because I think we should be done with that. Thank goodness. I'll put these off the side. Oh. I'm trying to convince some friends that we should do some, set up a server and do RP stuff in Minecraft and put it on YouTube, but, you know, gotta convince people. Run this one more time. I usually run it twice for all the UV resin. I think this is a 30-second thing. I can't change how long it runs for. I think it needs about a minute. I guess I could time it. I do have a little timer thingy here. There's also an interesting thing. I still don't know how Twitch works apparently. It's strange because there's more people in chat than there are viewers. Huh, weird. I wonder if it doesn't count people who are like lurking and stuff. Maybe it just doesn't count people who are like lurking and stuff. Still marks them as being in the chat, but doesn't count them as viewers. I don't know. Again, I'm not bothered by any of this. I'm just like, I don't know how this works. No, this Saturday we're going to be doing more resin stuff. I have some more commissions I need to get done. Like I said, I was working on some polymer clay things. Things don't always sync up properly, you found? Mm. Do you stream Not Name Brand? I know, I feel like Twitch is always kind of weird in that, like, if someone's chatting somewhere, you can't really tell if there's someone who uses Twitch just to chat and, like, watch Twitch, or if they also actually stream. You haven't in a while. Fair. It takes a certain amount of, like, time and energy to stream. Okay, let me get all my things together. So we've got this all set up, thank goodness. We've got our black and our pigments. We're gonna need a couple of things for that. So, oh, it's been a few years, all right. That's valid. Well, when did I start? It was before Halloween. When did I start? I think it can't have been too long before Halloween. Probably September would be my guess. Maybe I started in September. October, November, December, January, February, March. So it's been about 6 months. Oh wow, it's been about 6 months. That seems weird. To be fair, the amount of time that I've been making dice seems like it has not been that long. And then I realized that it's been more than half a year. But this year has been weird time-wise, so, you know, I'm not holding that against myself. Well, to be fair, time's weird for me anyways. I have very little concept of time. You did the exact same thing to count. Gotta count. I'm a math major. Gotta count my fingers. I know I said I'm a science major earlier, which may be confusing, but I have a very weird degree title. Alright, let's see here. So we want to do... So we have that. We have this, which we're going to need container for. I think that'll work just fine. Or, I guess I could empty this out. I have some sitting over here that I still need to peel all the resin out of. It's kind of satisfying to, like, pull the resin out of these sometimes. See if I can... Some resin peeling ASMR. Yeah, science is just applied math. You know, let's be honest here. Engineering is definitely applied math. I started out in engineering. No, I have a general science degree with a primary focus in mathematics and a secondary focus in applied technology. I was in engineering, and then I realized that I was closer to that. So I'm just like, excellent, we're gonna do that. That's, I don't care. I just want a degree and to get out of here. So people stop bothering me about getting my degree. Because, like, I don't know. I was working a good salaried desk job before I had my degree. But it's good. It's out of the way now, which is nice. Okay, let me get the resin out of this cup. Use this one for purple. Okay, here's the satisfying part. Oh, that wasn't nearly as satisfying. It's easier to grab with my fingers. But it just kind of all peels out. Post-peeling resin is oddly satisfying. I should do another unmolding video on Instagram. It's been a while. I did one at one point. There's just something satisfying about taking things out of the mold. Actually, I think I did that for a set of resin, not a resin, of course they were resin, a set of rainbow dirty pour dice. That was the only time that I've done a like an unmolding video on Instagram. I still kind of think that I should, you know, use TikTok. There's actually a fairly large, like, arts and crafts thing on there, and resin and all that, but I don't know if I want to take the time to figure it out. Like, on the one hand, making short-term videos where I don't have to do a ton of editing, nice. On the other hand, I'm not as familiar with it, and like okay, the main reason that I've been talking about doing YouTube videos, even though editing's a pain in my butt, is that that's what I watch. I don't really watch a lot of streams, which maybe sounds bad. You know, maybe every once in a while when a friend is streaming or something, but I don't watch a lot of streams. But I watch a lot of YouTube videos. I just realized. Oh, thanks for following, Biznot. But speaking of the satisfying pulling silicone out of the bucket, I actually haven't done that from the last time I made molds. So let's see if I can do it so you can see. It's just peels right out of there. It really is so satisfying. I feel like it'd be more satisfying if I could get it all in one go. But that'd be easier to, you wouldn't be able to see as well if I did that, because I'd have my hand in the way. I really should make molds on stream again at some point. Okay, I'm just gonna, I have so much silicone scrap. Do I use a release agent for my molds? I do have mold release. I never use it, which is probably bad of me. But no, I don't really use a release agent. The nice thing about silicone is that resin doesn't really stick to it, which is great. But I probably should use some sort of release agent, but I don't. Oh, I always loved doing that when I was a kid, putting Elmer's glue on my hand and then peeling it off. I never pretended it was my skin. I just liked how it felt. It was just satisfying to pull it off in one sheet. But I don't know, maybe I was a weird kid, but it sounds like other people did it too. So at least I wasn't the only weird kid. Hey. So that's for the purple. Oh, I already grabbed one for the purple. What am I thinking? Okay. So, what did I do here? Which ones that need cleaned up? Oh, what was that sound? All right. So what we've decided to do, okay, I'm gonna have to pull out, you know, other pigments and stuff for our oil slick, and then also the white resin with rainbow ink. So I'll have to pull those out, but first let me glue down some bumblebees. Actually, not bumblebees, but they're bees. I think they're honeybees, actually. You can see my Tupperware container of bees. I ordered the smallest amount they had, and I've already used quite a few. But here's my Tupperware container of bees that smell like fish food. It's very strange. They do smell like fish food. And I'm gonna glue a couple of them down in here. I was having trouble getting them to kind of sit in the right spot in the mold. Don't want to break them. This one has its tongue out. Oops, I just dropped it in. You just saw some really cool bee dice on Discord? Ooh, I'd love to see a photo or something. What were they like? I just made some bee dice fairly recently. Ooh, they look like they were suspended in honey. That's cool. Here, I'll show you the bee dice that I made a while ago. Ooh. That's not what I want. Yeah. Feel free to send a link in chat as long as, you know, I know what you're sending. Here's the bee dice that I made for a commission a while back now. Let's see if it'll focus. It's always finicky. There we go. There's the bee dice that I made. So D20 has a bee in it. But this is a commission for just a single D20 with a bee in it. This set, the D20 also had a swirl of like gold and white in it. and the bee was, it had floated to the top, but it worked with the design because it didn't feel like it was out of place because it had something below it. And this one, they just want it clear. And so I have a box here of bee dice where they all floated. There's ones where they all floated, either to the top or to the side. And here's one where I actually got it to, you know, suspend by doing it in 2 layers and gluing it down. But then it had a big bubble by its face, which was just unfortunate. But I have quite a few that just did not turn out. But let me grab my glue. We're gonna glue these down in here and let those dry before we get our resin stuff out. I'm just using Elmer's glue. It dries clear. You know, it's just easy enough to use. Dries clear and fairly quickly. All right. Yeah, the trick is I don't want to break these. All right. I just need enough on here that it's actually going to stay down. It's been a little bit now, but if you're here, oh yeah, sure, feel free to @me on Twitter. I think I'm under Alchemist's Attic. I have some different, I'll tell you what my handle is, I don't remember. I have different handles on different social media because I couldn't get the same ones on everything. Attic_alchemist is my Twitter handle. Okay, I'll see if I can get this into the mold without destroying anything. Okay, just like the bee is is turned upside down. There we go. Let's get this right side up. I don't want to like mess up the wings or anything. I'm trying to avoid grabbing them, but we're gonna grab them. All right, cool. Got it at least flipped mostly the right direction now. No, okay. So I'm just trying to get this lined up properly in here. I don't want it like too far to one side because that just, you know, makes things look funky. I want it mostly centered. This one does not want to lie flat. I think this bead just does not want to sit flat. Oh, okay, I think we finally got it. Alright, that's finally centered. We'll see if it actually... see if that actually stays glued down. Oh, excellent. Give me just a second here. Let me add some glue to this one and then I will take a look. I need a little bit more glue. This one has a leg that's kind of shoved up by its face, but that's okay. It's not a perfect bee, but it's a bee. It's doing its best. Okay, let me get this unstuck from my finger. See if I can get it into the mold instead. So hard to grab. I don't want to squish them. Okay, just a second. That one seems to be in fairly well. Let me just move this into the right spot and then I will click on that link and take a look. This one might be the one. All right. And so these we're going to want to put clear in, and we're going to want to put that in first. The reason I'm going to put the resin in that first is because I want it the most liquidy, so that hopefully if there's any air bubbles and stuff that get trapped, we can get them out. All right, let me click on this really quick and go take a look. Oh, very cool. Trapped in amber. I kind of want to do that. I kind of want to make like a set of amber dice. That'd be cool. Just with bugs and stuff in it. Twitch. Very cool. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna grab a bunch of molds where the highest face is up, and the reason I'm gonna do that, I guess it doesn't really matter for one of the sets, but for the sets where there's ink, where there's going to be the ink in it, quite often the side that is up might end up looking slightly different from the rest of the sides, just because of how the pigment is added and stuff. And so if one side's going to look different from the rest, I want it to be the highest face. I want it to be the highest number. So let me put these in order so that I make sure I have everything I need. Yep, cool. There's one set. Got another. Let's grab this one. And here we go. Alright, so there's our 2 sets of dice. They're very messy and hard to read. Okay, so the first set, which I used to make my molds, what is it, Mold Star 15? Slow. Let me grab Mold Star 15 Slow. And the reason that I use that is that I like being able to take my time, and so it has about a 50-minute pot life, so it's still workable for about 50 minutes. And if it went a little bit quicker than that, I don't know, I work slowly. If you couldn't tell by my 3-hour stream coating things in UV resin. It seems to work pretty well though. It's not like super soft, not super stiff, so you know I can get things out of the molds, but they hold their shape well, which is really the concern. Let me pull out my, I need to get more white. Just a moment here, I'm going to make a note. Before I forget, I make a note to order more white alcohol ink. That's the one that I go through the most. I don't necessarily need to use, I don't even need to use this technically, but it is a little bit more opaque. So I'll pull down a different white as well, and we'll use that to make the resin. So we're going to need about 30 milliliters of just white resin, because we're going to do that with a rainbow of colors on top of it. So let me pull this out. We'll put about 30 milliliters in there, and then we're going to do, I want to do like a rainbow of colors. So let me pull out all the colors. There's pink, orange, yellow, not really blue or green, it's kind of teal blue, and purple. And I found that, so I have these resin pigments. They don't really work for this. Gotta do the alcohol inks for the dirty pours. Because these ones, if you have too much of a concentration of them, first of all, they don't spread out like the alcohol inks do. If I drop a drop of alcohol ink on top of the resin, it will kind of disperse a little bit. These resin inks don't. They'll just sit as a drop on top of the resin. And when you have too much pigment instead of resin, it doesn't cure properly. So with these, where they disperse, you know, the resin will hopefully still cure properly. But can't do that with the pigments. These just resin pigment things. So we're gonna use those for the oil slick. Okay, I'm gonna try doing doing an oil slick. Let me look in here a second. I think my chair is missing a screw. This chair likes to lose a screw every once in a while. It has a screw loose. So when you have a mica powder or something, I'll show you something interesting. You also have a screw loose. So if you see that, it's hard to see on screen, but this is very purple. It's very much purple. It has black. It's kind of interesting how the shimmer and stuff does not show up. Like the color does not show up well on camera because this is very much purple with a black background, black resin behind it. And you would think maybe that the pigment that I dusted into the mold for this would be purple too. Here's the pigment that I dusted into the mold for this. This is a white, it's called interference violet, and it's white and then it shimmers purple. So it's white but it has a purple shimmer to it. And so when you have a black background to it, you just kind of see that shimmer. And so I'm thinking that like doing black resin with like some of this kind of resin in there, as well as maybe a couple of other ones that have a similar effect, might be kind of cool. Let's grab the Duo Blue Green. I think that one will be nice. So we're not going to use ink in this one. We're going to do a black base and then have a few other colors that are also in resin. So we have our Duo Blue Green, which is going to have, these are bad examples because this is something I was messing around with, but it has this kind of green shimmer to it. And that's this. This is the blue color, but it has a green shimmer to it with the black background. We could also do a little bit of this gold, but I don't know if that's very, I don't know if gold is very, you know, oil slick-ish. The thing is, though, we could do, to be fair, I have Duo Red Blue. That one might be good. If I can pull it out from my thing here. So this one's pink. If I did it here, I don't know where I thought I had one more dye like this, and it was this one, and it's kind of pinkish colored. I don't know where it went. I'm gonna have to do another one at some point. This is all my example colors. So you know, this is all the pigments that I have and stuff. So I think those colors at the very least. Should I add some gold as well? Should I try adding some gold? You know, it's a pretty color. I just don't know if it's very oil slick-ish. I do also have this rose gold mica, which is pink with a gold shimmer. That might be a little bit too much. I don't know. We could try doing some rose gold mica. Maybe I'll try that instead of just the straight gold. I haven't really used that one all that much. Let's try that. I'm gonna go grab the rose gold mica. So I did soap before I ever did resin. I guess not too long before, but before I did dice, definitely. I've done soap for a couple of years before I did dice. The problem with soap is it has a shelf life and you make a whole bunch of it. And the nice thing is that for soap, to color it, since I do cold process soap, I mostly use mica powders, which is also something that I can use for resin. Let me grab the little container here. So every once in a while, I'll just steal some pigments from my soap making supplies. All right, I think we'll do these 4 as well as the black. So we need a black container for black resin. And I think I want it to be maybe a little bit darker than I'm gonna make this, so I'm gonna grab a separate container for that. How much of that are we gonna need? We're gonna need actually 4 containers for these. I just cleared this one out of purple. Alright, that one had blue in it. This one had like purple in it. Oh, Oh, well, let's do the purple and the purple. This one looks like it had pink in it. I do like this rose gold color. I don't know if it's, you know, super rose goldish, but I do like the color. And this looks like it had a very similar color in it, so we're going to use that. Alright, so we've got those, and then I'm going to need one more container for the black. We'll probably need almost, for the black, we'll probably need almost 30 milliliters, which is a full set of dice. So I'm going to grab a slightly bigger cup for those. So before I pour the resin, I'm going to make sure that I have all of my powdered pigments in their cups, just so I don't have to try and deal with opening all these containers and everything. You know, makes it a little bit easier. The liquid ones we'll add afterwards because I don't want them to like sit in the cups and dry out. But we'll add a little bit of these to each of these containers. Let's grab a new stir stick for this one. It doesn't take a ton, and we're not going to add like a ton of this, and it's not going to be super opaque or anything. I probably am going to want more than that, I think, though. It really doesn't take a ton of mica powder in here, but I want it to be, you know, pigmented. There's that. Here's our interference violet. So it looks white, but it will look purple with the black behind it, and I'll show you that when we get to that point. I'll show you how it looks with the black. This works. Put a couple things, oops, back up here before I forget to. Alright, so there's that. Let's set those off to the side for the time being. Here's our duo blue-green. Looks blue, but it shimmers green. Where did that cat hair come from? Where did all of this cat hair come from? Stop that. I think it's just on this for some reason. So much cat hair. Gonna run for water. Alright. Don't drown. Okay, should be enough of that. 5, 10, 15, 20. Oh, okay, wait. I'm going to need less of this than I was thinking. I'm really only going to need 2.5, probably. So it'd be 10, it'd be... we're going to go probably less than 5, but a little bit more than... So I'm rethinking how much I need. I've probably put way too much pigment in these because I'm going to need actually less resin than I was thinking for each of these. That's, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I'm gonna grab a stir stick. Well, we'll add, sorry, that should be plenty of that. Alright, we've got all of our pigments there, and then this one will be black. No colors anymore, I want them painted black. Alright, that's going to be yellow. So this over here, I have a D8 that is part of a set that I just pulled out recently, and it turned out great, except that there's this bubble in the corner of the D8. You can see right there. So we're going to try and fix that with just a little bit of yellow pigment. I thought I pulled a cup out for this already. Maybe I didn't. This works. Alright. And I mean, this one technically also had some glow in the dark in it, which I guess we could do. Add a little bit of glow in the dark powder as well. I need so little. I'm gonna use it for that corner, and then I'm also gonna use it for this keychain that I'm making. You didn't drown, yay! Congrats. To hold in this little metal part that I glued down earlier. Because it's just held down with a little bit of, I think I heard a cat. It's just held down with a little bit of Elmer's glue, like the bees. Cat hair attached there. I need so little of this though. Oh, but there's a random little piece of resin in there. Get out of there. I think I need to kind of sift this stuff. I really love these pigments, but every once in a while, yeah, that should be fine. I need so little of this. I really like these pigments. They look beautiful. The thing that I've noticed with them is that, this is actually a bad example. Let me grab the D20 or something from this set. Some of it doesn't, yeah, the 20 is the worst offender. Some of them have like kind of big rocks in them. It's like parts that didn't get ground up quite right. So if, you know, I can show you on the face of the D20 here. You can see those big specks. Those were just kind of like rocks of pigment that didn't get ground up or something. So I feel like I almost need to kind of sift it a little bit. But that's okay, you know, it'll match, I guess, if in this case. But let me grab a little tiny bit of the glow in the dark as well, because, you know, this is part of that glow in the dark set. This lid does not do a good job of keeping things in. Yeah, okay, that's kind of really more glow in the dark than anything now. That thing makes a mess. I think that's my biggest problem with that stuff. Okay, got a little bit of yellow now. You can set that off to the side as well. It's just ready to go. I always like to double check that I have everything ready to go before I actually go, because I'm liable to forget things. So the only things I think we really have left are a little bit of purple here and then a little bit of gray here. And this gray is going to go with our labradorite themed dice. Add a little bit of 99% alcohol to break it up before adding it to your resins, and it will turn out much better. For the pigments, to be fair, most pigments I don't have an issue with. In this case, it's not clumps of pigments. It's like parts that didn't get ground up. Yeah, most of the time I don't have a big issue with pigments. I have a couple that like to clump, but you know, I know which ones those are at this point. But no, that's something that you can, yeah. Something you do with soap too, actually. I guess they use a lot of the same pigments. And I do have some that sticks to the bottom every once in a while, but that's okay. So this one I don't need very much. I'm just adding a little bit of shimmer kind of to our labradorite. So I'm not going to add very much at all. It's also going to be technically a dirty pour, but it's not really like complex or anything. Alright, so this one is for a rainbow set that I'm slowly adding layers to. I'm like, I already know that they're not going to be perfect. Because, you know, I can see where things have gone up with one color on the side and that sort of stuff. But, you know, I'm trying to do kind of fairly even layers of color. So that'll be I'll do about 2.5 milliliters of resin. So that I have roughly the same amount of this as I had of everything else. That should be plenty, I would hope, but we'll set it off to the side in case we need it. All right, and that's for these. So I think we have everything all set up and ready to go. All right, I think that's everything. So let's get our resin. Cool. So let's see if these gloves are still usable. These gloves may or may not be reusable. Nope. I got new gloves though. That's like my biggest, I guess, I don't know, eco-friendly gripe, I guess, or something with the resin stuff, is that I go through so many gloves. So many gloves. Let me toss these out. So for safety and all that fun stuff, I'm going to be sounding a little bit funky for the rest of the stream, because resin does give off fumes. So I'm going to be a little bit muffled. Yeah, you can't really avoid going through gloves. Yeah, so I'm going to sound a little bit muffled for the rest of the stream. I'll try to, talk loud and clear, but just so everyone knows, I'm going to be Darth Vader or Bane or whoever you want me to be for the rest of the stream. So let me get my safety equipment on, which is, the respirator and gloves. And then we'll press in. Alright. Alright, so I use a 2-part resin that has, I add equal amounts of both. I am going to be kind of quiet for a minute here, because I can't talk and measure at the same time. The kitchen gloves not work. I mean, I could try that. Part of the thing that's nice about these gloves is the amount of dexterity that I have. Yeah, I think kitchen gloves might be a little bit bulky for working with such small things. It's something I could try, but I think I'd probably stick to that just as well too. But yeah, they'd be a little bit thicker, but I think maybe not as, it'd be harder to manipulate such small things. All right, I'm gonna be quiet for a second. Feel free to chat amongst yourselves, but I can't talk and measure. I'll tell my story I tell every time in a moment. Trying to get 50 milliliters of this, but keep the other. All right. Use kitchen gloves to try and cut down on waste. They're definitely bulky. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah. Maybe something I'll have to try at some point. I do have, a new box of gloves, so, I mean, I hate going through them, but I do have them. Alright, let me measure out this other part. Oh, you wish they made it a bit. Yeah, I agree. Something that's a little bit thicker, but also more fitted. I feel like they probably make thicker, gloves like this out there, but it would be nice to have something kind of in between the two. Something that's kind of both thicker, but also fitted for being able to move your fingers and stuff. The story that I always tell though when I'm after I get done measuring things, about not being able to talk and measure at the same time, is the time that I went to go pour myself a cup of hot water because I was making tea, and I was actively looking at the mug that I was pouring water into,
and I started thinking about something else and completely overfilled the mug and got hot water all over the counter while actively looking at the mug. I wasn't even like trying to do anything else. I just started thinking about something else and got so distracted that I forgot that I was pouring hot water into a cup. So it's just better for everybody if I focus on measuring things. Ugh. Yeah, at least I didn't burn myself. I know, that's good, but yeah. It's just one of those things like, how did I do that? Also, welcome, your sweetest nightmare. I'm glad you could stop by. Oh, sounds like you do resin stuff too. I just got all the resin people in the chat, which is always fun. I'm always like excited when I get other like crafty people in the chat and stuff, because it's just like, oh yes, we can talk about crafts, and also it feels a little bit like, you know, sitting around and working on arts and crafts projects together, especially if people are working on stuff. I think there might be cat hair in my mask, so give me just a second here. Alright, just a second here. I'm going to do something that's, you know, ill-advised, but I'm more worried about long-term exposure. Okay, maybe I don't have hair in here. I had something tickling my nose. Okay. You looked in here a couple of times, but you've been dabbling. Oh, cool! What sort of stuff have you been making? There's so many different things you could do. Not too many resin artists streams, so it's nice to see. Oh, yeah. There's a few that I've watched. I don't watch a ton of streams, but you know, I like hanging out every once in a while, just chatting while people are working on things. But it's true. I definitely like seeing what everybody's working on. You haven't really seen any either? I mean, I have, there's a fellow dice maker that I chat with sometimes who streams. That's Scryer, new Sire Scryer. Ooh, you're into jewelry and you've made your own runes too. I kind of want to try making my own runes at some point. But, like, I've got domino molds, and I haven't even finished a set of those yet. So it's like, maybe I'll stick to the dice for now and worry about that. But it's still really cool. There's so many cool things to make. If you have, like, pictures of stuff that you've made, feel free to send a link in the chat. As long as I know what, like, the link that... As long as I know that someone is going to be sending a link and, like, a vague idea of what it is, it's fine. But, you know, I'm always interested to see what people have been working on. But every once in a while I'll find a... Miss Messy also does resin, I think. Yeah, I know. It's so... yeah. It's so dangerous going to like a craft store. To be fair, it's always been dangerous for me going to a craft store. But it's just like... With resin, you could put, like, anything in it. And so all of the little tiny pretty things, you're like, yes. And then molds, too. To be fair, I've had a lot of silicone molds for soap. And so some of those I'm just like, I might steal those. Because I haven't even used them for soap. But, yeah. No, man, yeah. I've definitely gotten all sorts of impulse buy glitter and stuff at the store. I mean, at this point, I do a lot of my shopping online just because I'm not going out as much, but yeah, there's so many, all of the small pretty things. This is getting closer. There's still some streaks in here. I want to make sure all the streaks get out so that, you know, if there's any, like, streaks in here, it means it's not mixed completely. We want it to be mixed completely so it cures. Yeah, that's... You definitely want to make sure that it's mixed so that it cures. I have a tendency to maybe over mix a little bit, but that's okay. I'd rather it have a little bit of extra air in it since I have a pressure pot that'll hopefully prevent that showing up than have it not mixed completely. But I just want to mix until I can't see any sort of streaks in it or difference in colors or anything that would indicate there's two parts that aren't the same thing yet. Oh. So let me think about. So we're gonna be doing the bumblebees here first. Cool. That one seems to be stuck. That one seems to be stuck. So we're gonna be adding just clear to these bumblebees first. Just because I want it to be nice and liquidy so that any bubbles can work their way out, hopefully. And also because it's clear, and so before I mix any, well, one, I need these to be done. These are kind of overdue to be done a little bit. Well, at least one of them. We're going to just pick whichever one's better once I get them out of the mold. But, and then also because, you know, it's clear resin that's going to be going in there. So it makes sense to just use this before I add any sorts of colors to anything. It's getting really close here. I think it might be good. Let me just scrape the sides one more time, scrape the bottom. Make sure there's no bits of one kind or the other stuck anywhere. Yeah, and I think we're good to go. I see a streak. We're gonna mix it a little bit more. I think I scraped some off the bottom, created a little bit of a streak. So that's why we scrape the bottom and the sides. Make sure we don't have anything stuck down there. So that wouldn't be good. I don't want a squishy spot in one of these dice. Alright, now it's looking good. Alright. Yep, no streaks in there to be found. Alright, let's add this to the bees first. And we might end up with some air bubbles trapped. Hopefully we don't. So we'll find out. I'm just going to add that in there. And we'll let that sit for a minute. And let some of the air bubbles travel to the surface and then find out where we have other air bubbles. Normally, if I was going to put like a large complex inclusion into a set of dice like this, I would want to dunk it in my resin first, like in my cup of resin here, so that I could get all of the little crevices and stuff to be filled in with resin before I put it in the mold. But in this case, since I have them glued down, I can't really do that. Not a great way for me to do that. So we're hoping that the air bubbles start kind of working their way out. There's my little thing. Alright, so there's, I don't know why I'm wiping that off. We're gonna let these start to sit. Let me put a little tiny bit on the lids here, just to make sure that we, have some for there later. And I just want a little bit so that we don't get air trapped in between. So we'll let that start going. We're gonna have about 15 or so milliliters of this. Okay, that's on the outside. Let's do that next, because this is the next most important thing. Because this is also a commission that I need to get done, that I would have liked to have gotten done a little bit sooner, but so I'm going to about 15 milliliters. The set of fate dice or fudge dice takes a little bit more than 15. Okay, this isn't the most accurate way to measure, but it's good enough. We'll go a little bit above 15. But we're also going to have just a little bit of gray as well. And not very much at that. Like, I'm just going to put enough in there to sort of mix that gray in. I don't even need it to be super opaque or anything. It's going to be with that black sort of background to it. I just want to add a little bit of shimmer. And this we're just going to add a drop of black alcohol ink. And it's kind of a cool toned black, which is kind of nice. And just a single drop, I think. We might add a second one, but we don't need it too dark. We want it light enough that we'll still be able to see all of those little blue shimmery bits. You know, we want it dark enough that when you're looking at it, it doesn't look like super gray. We want it to look more black, or like a dark gray. But we want it light enough that we can see light through it, so that we can see those blue bits. So let's get that all mixed up, and we'll see. Because like you can see, it looks dark, but it's not really all that dark. So let's get everything mixed in. Not sure how to send a video on here. Here, just a second. I have a Discord. So if you want, you don't have to join that if you don't want to, but if you want to send the video on there, you're welcome to. There's a spot for arts and crafts and stuff. You can send videos. Yeah. I look forward to seeing what was that? Oh, now following. Oh, thanks. Glad you could come hang out. Alright, I think I want this just slightly darker, so I'm going to try adding one more little drop of black. That might be a little bit too dark now, but well, that's fine. I'm going to move this over here because we're going to be using this for these colors as well. I'm going to use this one because it is translucent, and we're going to make it fairly dark, but I want the translucent black instead of the opaque black that I have, so that hopefully these colors will show up a little bit better. Even if they end up, behind a little bit of black, you should still have a little bit of light that gets through and gets that shimmer. All right, there's our black, there's our gray. I'm going to fill these in. And I'm doing these next partially because these also have lots of areas for air to get trapped, and I want lots of time to be able to work that out. Is that a cat hair? I'm trying to avoid cat hair. Alright. So, this is a dirty pour, technically. I have both of my colors in the same cup, and I'm just going to pour that in. A little bit gray in both of those. I'm trying to kind of fill it in such a way that air is not going to get trapped. Kind of trying to fill it in from the bottom. That's usually a better way to do it. I probably should have made a little bit more black resin, actually. I might add a little bit more. Just a second here. It might be a slightly lighter gray now, but that's fine. It's close enough, and there's variation in stone and stuff, so it's fine. Alright, let me add a little bit more gray. Putting my finger where I had the resin all over the place a moment ago. Add this one, because we've got some good gray in there. So these ones that don't have this one on top, I'm going to add these little pieces as well. Let me add a little bit more gray again. So, is that a cat hair or is that a me hair? Okay. There's all these hair everywhere. My hair is getting so long. I guess I have quarantine hair technically, but like, man, I'd like a haircut. It's like past my shoulders now, which is, I don't know, I like it like cheekbone length. I feel like that's where I feel the most me, I think, is when I have it like cheekbone length. I've done like the undercut before. I've had it super long before. But I feel like that's where I like my hair, is kind of cheekbone length. I don't know. You had to cut your quarantine hair? I just wear mine in a ponytail every day at this point. because it just annoys me if it's I don't like having it in my face or on the back of my neck. It was too much. I have yeah. Like I said, I'm just wearing mine in a ponytail every day. I hate having hair on the back of my neck, I think is the thing. I don't like having it long enough. Whoa, what is that? Oh, thanks for following, Bitterbrush. Hope you're having a good evening or morning, whatever time it is for you. It's evening for me. That's a weird thing about streaming and stuff. Sorry, this is completely unrelated to hair. But like I never know like what time it is for people and stuff. Cause it's fairly late in the evening for me. But I've had people from like the UK stop by and it was like 3 a.m. Oh, you find dice making fascinating? Well, you've come to the right place. That's usually what we're doing here is dice making. Every once in a while it's other arts and crafts, but usually dice making. Alright, so that one has that blue, so we're going to set this one on top. Do you do any dice making yourself? The late night view? Yeah, it's like 10:15 for me. It's not. It's kind of funny, because every once in a while there'll be like streams from like bigger streamers and stuff, and like quite often they live in like LA, and I'm in the same time zone as LA, and it's just like, yes, I don't have to worry about it. It's just like, oh man, everybody else does though. I don't think about it, I guess, too often about whether things will be streamed at a good time for me or not, because quite often they are. I'm going to put a little bit of resin on the lid here too. I do that so that we don't get any air trapped in between the base and the lid. It's more important, I think, for the ones that have numbers, because air likes to get kind of caught in like the zeros and stuff. Do you do any dice making, Bitterbrush? Or do you just play D&D or something? I mean, that's where, I started out was playing D&D, and then a D&D buddy saying, it'd be cool to make dice, and me going, oh, I have the stuff for that. Alright, so these are all pretty much ready. I'm going to set them, I have a little tray here. It just makes it easier for putting it in the pressure pot, so I can carry everything over. Alright, so I'm going to set this stuff off to the side. Those are extra resin. Air bubbles are your worst enemy. That's part of the reason I let these sit with the lid off for a little while. I don't know if you do, oh no, it was not Name Brand that just got ordered a pressure pot. Sorry, both of your names are red on my screen, and so I keep getting a little bit confused, because I associate people's names with colors, I guess. So how much do we have left? Plenty, excellent. What sort of, yes, so the nice thing, I don't have to worry about air bubbles too much because I have a pressure pot, so all of the little tiny air, no, you don't have to. I was just like, weren't we just talking about having a pressure pot? No, but that was, you don't have to, but I was just like, I don't remember typing that. Yeah, you have the exact same color name, it was just kind of funny. I was like, weren't we just talking about having a pressure pot? But no, two different people just with the same color name. It's like, I don't know, I guess that's kind of how I associate people with colors and stuff. Okay, where am I at? 1, 2, 3, so we're going to go down to about 40. So I think about 30 milliliters in here. About 20 probably. Sorry, about 30. Yep, that's about 30, a little bit more. Yeah, it's about 30, but I'm going to add a little bit more, make it even. Okay, that's about 30. We're going to add our white to that. I'm going to add about 2.5 to here. get this out of the way and done. Oops. Oh, that seems about right, actually. Maybe a little bit more than 2.5, but that's okay. So that's to be white, and then, you know, we've still got a little bit more than 30 and stuff here. But that's going to go over into these. Oh, well, we can give her a little bit of yellow here. That's not going to take very much either. I just want enough to kind of mix that up, because we're just going to fill in a little corner. Where did that come from? Random piece of orange resin fell in there. I mean, I do this to myself by reusing cups and stuff, but random piece of orange resin in there. And this doesn't really have to be perfectly matching. It's the same color, so it should be okay, but I've got a little dye over here. I probably should have left it in the mold, to be quite honest, but a little late now. Here's a keychain that I'm doing. I have my thing glued down with just some Elmer's glue, and I'm going to put a little bit of resin over the top to kind of cement that in place. It'll attach that, and then I'll turn that into a loop once it's all cured. We'll have a little keychain. Anyways, what were we talking about? Oh, air bubbles. Yeah, I have a pressure pot, which works really well for small air bubbles, because it takes the air bubbles and I put them under the resin under pressure, and it squishes all of this down really, really small until you can't even see them. But that is why I overfill my molds a little bit too. Like, you'll notice that there's resin on the outside here, and that's because I need resin to fill in where those air bubbles were once they get squished down really, really small. Sorry, my things are shifting a little bit. I really don't want that. Trying to make sure we don't have any big air bubbles in here too. Alright. Yeah, so adding a little bit of extra resin when I put it in the pressure pot is good, so I can fill in where all those air bubbles were. Alright, I'm gonna do something probably ill-advised. I don't want to get all sorts of, okay. I don't want to get all sorts of resin on this thing. That was a little bit too much, which is an issue. So I'm trying to fill in a little air bubble, and I didn't do it very well. Probably should have just grabbed a separate glove, but here we go. Actually, I should have taken off my left-hand glove. That's what I should have done, and I could have held it in my left hand. Ugh. What am I thinking? I wasn't. So I worry that didn't actually get down into the air bubble. That's the thing. Did it actually get down there, or is it just sitting on top of it? There's a big enough kind of gap that... nope, it's sitting on top of it. I'm not left-handed. This is difficult. I should have done this differently. Yeah, I should use a pin. I have to go grab it down again. I'm trying to just kind of break the air bubble, because as soon as I break it, yeah, I think I'll grab a pin. I think you're right. I'm gonna grab a pin. Oh, actually, wait, I have something here I can use. There we go. That worked well. Excellent. Oh, there we go. That's much better. Cool. I'm going to set this, I'll wipe it down a little bit, and then I'm going to set this off to the side for now. I'm going to want this to be like on top of something, for sure. I still want to put it in the pressure pot so that, you know, it's even and everything. But I'm going to set it on top of everything so I don't end up with all sorts of extra resin on it. That would be not, this is what I want to avoid getting, you know, extra resin on it as much as possible. And there we go, we've got a little bit of our extra yellow there too. And how are these things doing? Looks like the bees are staying down, so that's good. Not seeing any giant air bubbles, which is also good. Yeah, excellent. These might actually turn out. That's exciting. Anyways, what were we talking about? I don't remember what we were talking about before I started getting, trying to get air bubbles out. Oh, the colors and everything. And the, well, quarantine hair. And pressure pots. Yes, air bubbles. Air bubbles being your enemy. Yeah. Like, there's certain things that people do to try and, like, mitigate air bubbles. And like I said, like, I don't as much just because I do have a pressure pot. It's not too big of an issue for me. Oh. Hi, outsider. Thanks for following. Hope you're having a good day or night. I don't have too much of an issue with air bubbles because I put things in a pressure pot. The big concern when you have a pressure pot is if there's big air bubbles or if there's a lot of small air bubbles, because they will, you know, kind of start to float to the surface and stuff. And if you have a big air bubble, it might be too big for the pressure pot to squish down, and so you'll end up with like a gap. And if there's a whole bunch of air bubbles and stuff, they might float to the surface, and again, you might end up with a gap, which is what happened with this D8 here. You know, it had enough air in it that it all got to the surface, and there wasn't enough resin to, like, the lid kind of lifted up a little bit, it looks like, and then there wasn't enough resin to fill in all of the air. And that's part of the reason, like I said, I let these sit a little bit. And I also will spritz them down with rubbing alcohol, which I found kind of breaks the surface tension of the resin and then allows all the air bubbles on top to pop. Alright, so the reason I'm doing this, I'm going to use one drop of this white. Oh, if I can get it open. Oh no! Uh-oh. I seem to... Okay, we're good. I thought I'd resined my white alcohol ink shut. I need to get more. We're just going to use one drop of this. I need to get more white alcohol ink. It's probably the most useful pigment to have, I think, is white alcohol ink. You use it for Petri dice. I use it for you know, doing dirty pours where I have a dark color with I want a light color to show up on top of it. And it's just a very good opaque base color. It's nice and opaque, so it's good for making pastels and stuff. Maybe I'll get a larger bottle this time. But I'll go find that on Amazon or something. Alright, so we've got our white, and it doesn't really need to be super fancy or anything. We're going to be covering it in a whole bunch of colors. So I'm actually going to grab... There's a cat outside my door. Did I hear need to find something on Amazon? Yeah, I need to find more white alcohol ink. I've been using the Pinata color. I think that there's a bigger bottle you can get. I think I've seen people with that. Alcohol inks get spendy though, so yeah. And I'll look into it. If Jen doesn't beat me there as resident sugar mama of the stream. I'm grabbing a second cup though, because I'm going to be doing a dirty pour, and I found, yeah, that's you. I found it's easiest if I do each dye kind of separately. You end up with a more, not cohesive, but everything kind of looks the same more, even though with the dirty pour everything's going to look different. Everything kind of has the same colors and everything, instead of if I just put all the colors in here and then went from one dye to another. So I kind of want, you know, the same effect in all of them. So let's do this first. Uniform. Yeah, that's a good word. Yeah, that would work. Uniform. Good way of putting it. So let me open these up. And like I said, I put the highest number on top for these just because quite often the top will end up looking different from the rest of the die a little bit. And I'd rather that the highest number look different from the rest than like the lowest number. I have two different kinds of molds. They're the same, but I have molds that I've done with the highest number at the top and molds that I've done with the lowest number at the top. Is that 30? Yeah, 30. Alright, we're gonna pour some in here. There's a knock outside of the door, I can hear her. Alright. I feel like this could be maybe a little bit more opaque, but that's okay. This is gonna get covered up. So let's see what to do here. I'm gonna try doing this kind of similar to how I've done some other dice as well. I've done this with black resin. Ah, that's the problem with alcohol. This is why my workspace is so messy, is that these inks, they drip all over the place. It's really hard to find bigger ink, actually. Oh, I thought there was a bigger white. Oh well. Huh. Well, if I can't find it, I'll just get a smaller one, but I thought there was a larger white one. So, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, I've done this with black ink, or black resin, and then dropped all of the colors on and then dropped white ink on top of it. And it makes for some very pretty effects. I was showing pictures of that earlier, but it's a little bit difficult to do now that my gloves are all messy. Ooh, look at that. I wonder how rainbowy these will end up. I guess we'll find out. Alright. Let's try it. It looks so pretty, guys. I feel like this is fitting for Trans Day of Visibility. You found the bigger ink? Which way should we do this? I think, let's do it purple first. Let's see how that goes. We'll see if these end up brown. Hopefully they don't just end up brown. Oh, there's a 4-ounce bottle through black. Interesting. Well, I'm wondering how this is going to turn out. I don't know now. It kind of looks like there's a lot of ink in here. Oh, actually, let me. Yeah, feel free to send a link. Oh wait, 4 ounces, baby. Didn't think that far. All right. So let me. I'm gonna do the same thing, just more times. I'm going to add it from this side so that we have a nice clean slate here. Oh, the small one's about 0.5 ounces. Does it say on here? Yeah, this is 1/2 fluid ounces. This is a half. Ah! I just dropped my other white pigment. Ugh. Oh, dear. Alright. Alright, and we're going to do the same thing again. And I think... Oh, I'm doing this backwards. Well, should we try doing it backwards this time? Because I did it with purple first last time. Should I try doing it with pink first and see how it turns out? It'll probably end up looking completely different. But it might be fun. Yeah, look at how much ink I end up with all over the place. Do it. I mean, I feel like, yeah, let's do it. Let's see how it looks different. Because now I'm curious. We'll probably end up with more of those like red and pink colors if we do it that direction. So, I think this one's going to end up very purple. It looks like it's very purple. Now, a lot of the other stuff I think got kind of overshadowed a little bit by the purple that went in first. So let's try putting the pink in first. Might still get overshadowed a little bit by the darker colors, but I guess we'll find out. It's still looking very purple. I feel like the purple is a little bit overpowering. That's okay though. Quite a bit of, ooh, the cup looks pretty though. Look at that. Look at the rainbow in that cup. Isn't that pretty? Well, let's try, I'm going to try something different this time then. I'm going to try, I guess we're going to do different things for all of these. I'm going to try doing the color sideways this time and see how that looks. Oops, that was way too much. Oh well. That's okay. So I'm going to try doing it like this direction and pouring from the side. So instead of starting from one color to the other, we're going to start like kind of all of them at the same time. Just sideways. I don't know why I keep putting the lids back on those. I'm using them. Oh wow, that orange one just leaks everywhere. That's not outside of my door. I'm working on stuff, baby. She's a sweetheart, and if I wasn't working with stuff that, you know, is I would consider dangerous to the cat, she'd be allowed in here. But she's maybe the only one that would be allowed in here. That's a loud meow. Oh, I don't know. I don't think you heard Fitz earlier. Then he's definitely got a loud meow. I have 4 cats. I am very much a crazy cat lady, but this might end up interesting. Yeah, they're ending up, I think, very purple heavy. But I'm excited to see how these end up differently and such. Am I going to need more resin? I feel like I'm going to need more resin. That seems weird. I feel like did I only put 20 in or something? Huh. Well, if I need to make more white, I'll make more white. That's fine. Yeah, I'm enough of a crazy cat lady that I can tell you that's not. Like I said, I have 4 cats. Fitz was here earlier meowing. Yeah, Not does more like scratching at the door, and Fitz does more yelling at the door. The other 2, Luna will also yell at the door, and Koshi will every once in a while scratch at the door, but she's not nearly as frantic about it as Nod is. Nod is very frantic and like, I need in! Fitz is funny because he doesn't actually want in. He just wants me to come out with him. He's like, hey, come hang out with me while I eat food. That's one of his favorites. Fitz loves people hanging out with him while he eats. Oh wow, look at how dark that is. All of that pigment. Alright, we're going to do the other D10 in the same way with it sideways. Yeah, I might need some more white. I think I counted wrong somehow. Did I miss 10? Yeah, I have a little bit of extra, so we'll add a little bit of extra here and another drop of white or something. Alright. That should be plenty for that. Let me add another drop of white here. I feel like I don't have enough. So. And even if it's a slightly different white, I don't think it's really going to affect it too much. Because it kind of seems like the colors are definitely overpowering the white. Which is kind of what I wanted, so that's okay. Alright, let me add some white here. And I think we'll go back to purple first for now. Actually, I'm going to add quite a bit of this, and we're going to do both, I think, the D6 and the D4. Oh, I'm still doing this backwards. Pink. Orange. Yellow. Green. Well, this green is not a very green, but It's the greenest green that I have. Whichever. Go back to purple first. Ooh, I think this one might turn out good. This one has a really good orange in the middle there. Although the purple, again, kind of is coming up. The purple. So what the purple? It's going down to the bottom, and then as I add the other colors, it kind of is coming up the sides because it's so liquidy. It's kind of getting displaced. I'm filling the D4 with the rest of this though. Yeah, the purple is very overpowering. Alright, so we're going to put the rest of the white in here. And the D4 is not filled up all the way, but that is fine. We'll fill it up with the leftover from the D8. The thing with the dirty pours is that, you know, when scraping out the cup, it's a little bit different, I guess. Because, like, normally, you know, I can just scrape out the cup and spoon that into the mold or whatever. But with these, since I have all those different colors, if I scrape it all up, it can kind of mix the colors a bit. But so you end up with a whole bunch of random resin in the bottom, which, you know, I use them like a dump mold and stuff, but alright, I think I actually had enough white before, maybe, because I definitely have enough now. Alright, and then let's go back to doing our pink first. And now we're done with these. Move them off the side for now. So I really usually do 3 sets of dice at a time. Well, sometimes I'll do like 2 and a bunch of little things, which is kind of what I'm doing now. You know, I have like 2 and then I have a bunch of like little tiny things. And part of the reason for that is that that's about how much my pressure pot will hold. And the other reason is that that's how much I can get done in the work time of the resin before it gets too thick. And sometimes, you know, I want the resin thick, depending on what I'm doing, but yeah, I think maybe I just exclude the purple or something. It's just so overpowering. So much purple. Oh, I hope it keeps that, though. That looks cool. It probably won't, though, which makes me sad. But I'm going to show you. Oh, I don't think the dice are going to end up looking like this, but I sure hope they do. It's not going to find it, but there we go. Look at that. Look at the colors in there. Yeah, these ended up really dark, which we'll see how they turn out. That's what I like about dirty pours is, you know, you never quite know how they're going to turn out. Yeah, I don't know if they'll end up having that much color to them or not. Okay, let me set these off to the side. Just get them out of the way for the moment. And then we're going to do our black base. And actually, I'll just do the black base in there. And with our other little colors here. Try and get like an oil slick look. I don't know how oil slick-ish it'll end up being. But we're going to try at the very least. Alright. So the first thing I'm going to do is put a little bit in each of these cups. And I don't want very much. I realized that I've added way too much pigment to these. Because I'm just like, I was originally thinking that I should add, you know, 5 milliliters to each one. And then I realized that would be 2/3 of the dice. If I did 5 milliliters in each one of these, I'd only have 10 milliliters of the black. And then it's just like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have put that much pigment in. And then at that point, I'm just like, well, too late. And it's just going to be a whole bunch of mica powder in here. So we're going to add, you know, 2.5 or so. turn this in here black. And originally I was going to do it in here, but we're going to use this for the dirty pour instead. And might as well turn this black. It's not going to hurt anything. And we want this one fairly dark. And get the ink to come out. So let's add 3 drops of black. That should be pretty dark. I'll show you in just a second. Nice and dark black. And I do still want it translucent because if I end up with some of the black in front of these colors, I do want the colors to still be able to shimmer. We're trying to go for kind of an oil slick effect, so I do want to be able to see the shimmer of these colors. And part of the reason that we chose these colors is because they are one color, but then the shimmer of them is a different color. It's like this blue. It's blue, but if you put black behind it, it's green. It has like it's blue, and then if you have light on it, it looks greenish. It's kind of greenish. It's very hard to show on camera, which is frustrating, because it never quite shows the, it's just kind of hard to show the green of it. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know why it has such difficulty. I think it's because of how the light is. I don't know. So there's that. And this one's a pink that turns blue. Oh, I feel like I use this one a lot. I like this pink that turns blue. Alright, and this one is a white that turns purple. I'll see if I can show you on this one. Yeah, so one of the sets of dice that's in my shop at the moment is cleric dice. And they look like they're white, and I switched out the photo that was the cover photo for them, because it's hard to tell. Let's see if I can show you. So it looks white. See, it's hard to show you on the camera, because it has a purple shine to it. Yeah, it's so hard to get like a good image of how these look in real life, because they look white in like photographs and videos and stuff. But in real life, they're white, and then when the light hits them, they're swirls of purple and gold. Just like, ah, darn it. Alright, and this one is a pink that kind of shimmers gold. This one might be the easiest to see. Let me see if I can. This one I think is the easiest for me to see, so let's see if I can get it so you can see. So, yeah, there, you can kind of get the effect. See how it's pink, but then has kind of like that gold shine to it? That's kind of what all of these do, where they're one color and then the shimmer to them is a different color. And that one's the easiest to see. So let me set these off to the side for a moment. We've got our black. We've got all of our shimmery pigments. Houdini Space Paste. Some makeup. That's an awesome name. I've never heard of that before, but it's a cool name. Let's see if we can make some oil slick dice. I think this is going to become more apparent when I put these into the cup with the black. I'll show you. So we're gonna take a little bit of the black here. Let's put some black in here. And I actually have quite a bit of these colors in comparison to the black, so we're just gonna add a bit of this, a little bit of this. And a little bit of this. And I'll show you how the colors show up in here. And it's, I think, a lot more obvious how they shimmer with the black background to them. So actually that looks really cool. So I'm hoping that stays. So you can kind of see, yeah, you can see the shimmer a lot better. Like you can see the pink with the blue shimmer to it there. If it'll focus. Yeah, you see the blue shimmer of that pink there, and then the purple shimmer of that white there. You know, the blue and this blue and the gold one, they're a little bit more opaque. So, you know, they might not show up as much, but man, I hope it keeps these colors. So let's try pouring that into our mold and see what happens. I'm kind of excited for this. I'm glad someone mentioned the idea of like oil slick dice. So I hope that these turn out. Like, I like all these colors. I think they might look interesting together. I have high hopes. It's definitely kind of swirling together and stuff in there, so I might have needed to add more black. Well, that's okay. Let's do the D6 next so that we can kind of see, hopefully, how things look a little bit. It's a little bit easier to see into the D6 than it is to see into, you know, the D20. It has such a small, the D20 has such a small opening in comparison to the die. I don't know, maybe that's why I find D6s as being some of the easiest dice to work with, but yeah, that looks really cool. I really hope it keeps these colors well. Where was I pouring from? I think over here. I think maybe my resin's getting a little bit thicker now too. Which is making it flow a little bit slower. Come on. I'm hoping that these don't mix together too much, because I think that can actually lower some of the potency almost of the, you know, this might work, guys. This might work. Let's see if I can. I think this might end up oil slick-ish. This might just work. I don't think I got any of this in there though, so I'm gonna just add a little bit. Need a little bit more. And a little bit to the lid there. All right. Let me add some more black. I need to be adding a fairly good amount of these as well. Like I said, I actually have quite a bit of these pigments in comparison to the black even. So we should add quite a bit of them. I just don't want them mixing so much that you don't see any of the color. Alright. Man, all of those look so good with the black behind them though. Man, I'm just so excited about the cup. I'm just so excited about how that looks with the black behind it. I need to be going quicker now though, because I can definitely tell I think I'm reaching the end of the work time. Just because it's getting very thick. Alright, it's going. So impatient. The thing is, the D12 and the D20 take quite a bit more resin than the others. So I'm going to do some of the other ones, and then if we have a little bit left over in them, I'll put it in the D20 and the D12. Because even if it, you know, I end up with kind of a line there, I feel like it's fine. It'll mix a little bit on its own, and I have the same colors and everything. It's not going to be a big deal. Yeah, it's definitely getting thicker. I maybe should have done this a little bit sooner, but quite honestly, having it a little bit thicker when you do a dirty pour is not a bad thing, because usually it means that the colors will stay a little bit more separate. They're not gonna mix as much if they're a little bit thicker. It's a little bit harder for them to mix. Was it you, not name brand, that had the idea for the oil slick? Because I'm excited about this. I think these are going to look very cool. Oh, a little bit more. let's finish filling in the D12. It might not be exactly oil slick, but I'm still excited about how these colors are looking with the black. Put in a little bit more into the D20. Okay, let's just add more black. Another gloop of black. We're getting close to the end here, but that's fine because it looks like, we really only have like 2 more. The D4 doesn't take nearly as much, and then the D20 will fill up with like leftover from this pour sort of thing. But yes, it is definitely getting thicker. I am going to, so once we get everything in our molds and everything, we'll try and get all of the bubbles popped onto the surface and get all the lids on. I am going to end the string before I put them in the pressure pot, just giving everybody a heads up. We've still got a little bit of time here before I get to that point, but I will be ending the string before we get things in the pressure pot, just because oh, call you brand, so it's not always, that's fair, okay, I'll do that from now on. What was I saying? Oh, just because I need to refill the air compressor, and it's rather loud, so it's just easier to do that once I get off stream. Let's fill in our D10 here. Like, these colors might be a little bit too bright for an oil slick, I don't know. But I feel like the colors still look good. I might have enough here for the D4, let's find out. Yeah, I'm excited for these. I always like, I like doing dirty pours. They're some of my favorite to do. I always feel like they turn out good. Like, I always have difficulty when it comes to like Petri dice, or, Petri resin, which is where you have your resin and then you add like your pigment to it, and then your alcohol ink to it, and then you add white alcohol ink on top of that. And the white alcohol ink is heavier than the resin, so it pulls it down in kind of like these little tendrils of color. And it looks really cool. But I have so much difficulty getting them right. Because I either like add too much or too little. Or too early or too soon. Because you want it to be added, at a point. Let's just fill in this D4. You want it to be added at a point where you're going to have those tendrils, but it's not going to like completely fill the dye with just the color. You want to be able to see some of the resin too. And then, like, on the other hand, if you add too much of the pigment, it causes problems because then the resin doesn't cure properly. If you add too little, you don't end up with those tendrils, or they end up looking really sparse. I have so much trouble with those, and they always look so pretty, and I'm just always so impressed with people who can do that well, because I just don't have the technique down. I'm going to add the rest of the black here. We've just got our D8 and then the rest of the D20. I think actually we'll have a good amount. So we're going to add the rest of our resins here. And then we only have one more thing to add a little bit of resin to, which I probably should have done earlier, but that's okay. I'm just going to add all the rest of that. And I haven't used this pigment a lot. This is the rose gold. That is actually a soap pigment that I got. It's a mica powder. I haven't used this really all that much before. But with the black background, I'm really liking this. Because it really makes the pink with the gold shimmer kind of shine through. I'll show you. Yeah, that pink, pink with like the gold shimmer shine through. My camera's trying to adjust. and it's not adjusting how I want it to. I'm trying to use up all the rest of this resin, so even if I have a little bit extra, we'll do, you know, an extra D4, which I, send along when people order dice. Just a little random dump mold D4, or some other dice or something, so I can make some mismatched sets. I'm just setting this off to the side so I can harden in there. I've got a bit of the blue left, actually. Well, this one might end up a little bit blue. We'll see. I'm trying to think of what I've used this blue for, actually. I feel like I use this blue fairly often, but now I can't think of... I guess I've used this one as kind of a shimmer recently. And by that I mean that I added so little of it that you don't see the full color of it. You just kind of see the little glitter of it in the resin. So it's not opaque by any means. It's just a little bit of a added glitter. Alright, I'm almost done here. And I should have done the purple on the rainbow one earlier, I think, but... I do the pink with the blue, shimmer to it. I use in like the galaxy dice that I've made. Those have, just like solid pigments, and then like non shiny pigments at all. And then I have this in the middle, and it really kind of pops. Really looks like a galaxy or something. Keep this out because I might need that. Alright, let's put some of this resin in. I'm trying to fill up our D8 here, and then we'll fill up the D20 the rest of the way. Excellent, I'm getting all the colors in there. A little bit more. Alright. Let's finish filling up the D20. Oh, excellent. We had just the right amount, I think. Even a little bit extra, maybe. Looks like everything has enough of a dome on it. We've got, enough on all of these. So let's do a little bonus D4 over here. I have a couple of just spare molds I use for my D4s. And I'm actually gonna scrape this out a little bit, because this is just kind of a dump mold. I'm not trying to do any specific effect or match it to anything, so it's not as big of a deal. I'm gonna laugh if this one ends up looking more oil slick than the others, though. I've got a little bit of extra still in there. Alright, let me get these ones out of the way. I'm going to spritz these down so they can start getting all those bubbles getting popped on the top. And I'm kind of lining these up so that I can figure out which lids go with which molds. Some of these are going to get added after I get the lids on. Alright, these, I just need to mix this up and add a little bit of purple to all. And I should have done this one earlier when it was a little bit thinner, because the idea of this one is that I want the layers to kind of settle. I want them to be nice, kind of flat layers. It's a little bit harder when it's not as flowy, but it should have enough time. So I'm just going to add kind of a big drop to each one. This is the last of the rainbow I have all the other colors of the rainbow in there, and then I'm going to be coming back in a little bit later. There's going to be one more layer after this, even though this is the last layer of the rainbow. I'm going to add one more layer that is going to be clear with like a little bit of shimmer to it. This is the idea anyways. We'll see how if I end up doing this in practice. But clear with like a little bit of shimmer in it, and then some like white fluffy clouds. That's the idea anyways. I'm hoping that this purple is not so thick though that I need to put the lid on, but then if I put the lid on, that causes other problems. That could be an issue. Alright. Alright. So I just want to make sure that everything gets kind of covered. Looks like this one is good. This one I'm a little worried about it being too thick, just because it might be okay. I'm worried about getting the lid on it later. I'm going to try and get that to flatten out, and I'm going to put the lid on it, and we'll see if any color sticks to the number. If it does, that's a good indicator that, it's, kind of high. Let's get that all over the place. I'm going to need some more in our D12. I'm trying to get it fairly even, but I'm not going to. And part of that is just because the dice are going to be different widths at every height, because, when I first added it, it's going to be just that face, sort of. That's how big the area is that I need to add resin, and then as it goes up, it's a circle, so it's going to be like a wider radius to it as it gets higher and higher. I've done this before, let's do that. Alright, that one seems to be good. This one, let me push a little bit into the corner. And this one seems to be good. This one seems to be good. This one, could use a little bit more maybe. I just kind of want to, as thin a layer as I can go. It's fairly thick, so I end up with kind of a thicker layer than, maybe I would like, but alright. That one's good. I think our D20 could use a little bit more. The D20 always takes a little bit more resin, just because it's bigger. Always uses a little bit more. Probably that. I don't want it to be too much thicker than the rest, though. Alright, and our D4, which I'm going to test. Where's our D4? There it is. I think it might be okay, actually. I'm going to set this on top. Let's see if there's. Oh, we're okay. There's no pigment on the number, which is what I was worried about. So those are all good. These are all going to be open, so they'll be going on top. Let's start putting some lids on some of these. Let's make sure if there's all the bubbles are popped. Let's spritz everything down again. Because, like I said before, it breaks the surface tension, kind of helps the bubbles pop on the surface once they get up there. I'm going to make sure that all of our little things here are pushed down and there's no big things of air that are trapped. I don't know where the I don't know where the piece went for this one. Wait a second. This one seems to have sunk. Let me see if I can get that in a better location. There we go. And that should be held up a little bit better now. Alright, there doesn't seem to be too many big air bubbles here, which is good. I was worried about there being air bubbles in this one. So let's get the lid on there. Oh, all of my stuff has moved over to the sides. Now let's get that back into the areas where the lids are going to be going on. Alright, and I don't need a ton. Like I said, I'm not too worried about air bubbles getting trapped here. There's actually some air bubbles on here though, so let's see if we can get those popped. I don't want to add more air with the lid, that's the whole point. Alright. Alright. Get those out of the way. Our dirty pour ones here seem to be doing good because there's enough ink in there that it, you know, breaks the surface tension, because that's basically what we're doing. It's alcohol ink. It's the alcohol that helps break the surface tension. So a lot of the bubbles there have already popped. So let's add some of our lids here. This one has a little bit of a bubble, in a couple of little bubbles actually. I'm just going to try and fill those in before I get the lid on, just because I don't want air to get trapped. All right, there's our D20. I'm not going to push these down or anything. I just want to make sure that all of my little keys are in place so that it can sink down. Oh, I've absolutely epoxied my tweezers shut. The nice thing is that I can, the resin peels right off of them once it cures. No, I de-resinify these things so much. It's not even funny. These things end up with so much resin on them. I have a craft knife over here. Every once in a while, I'll just run that along here and peel off the resin. Yeah, no, believe me, that's a thing. Here's our D12. I want to make sure that all of those keys are in place. Excellent. Like I said, I'm not pushing down because I do want that extra resin in there to be able to fill up the space. But I do also want to make sure everything has space to press down. Because I don't want the numbers to be like raised up too much. All right. Here's our D something. Can't quite see what this one is through all the resin. That's okay. Oh, this is our D4. We just made recently, it looks like. This one's kind of sticking up a bit. I might put something on top of that one to help weigh it down. So I'm just going to put, I don't want to press down on it, but adding a little extra weight. It's kind of good sometimes just to make sure everything is lined up. There's a cat hair there. Let's get that out of there. Yeah, it looks like everything is lined up for the most part. It's so sticky. Alright, let me get the air bubbles, especially in like the D10s, when I have those zeros on top. The air bubbles like to get caught in the zeros. Alright, let's get that. I get caught between the zeros apparently. I'm trying to get that filled in before I put that on. Excellent, our zeros are filled in. That's going to go on this one. Trying to get everything lined up. Looks like that one's nice and lined up. Looks like it anyways. Okay. Our other D10. Again, big, let's see if I can show you the big bubble in the zero. Yeah, you can kind of see the big bubble there in the zero. Just trying to get that out. I don't want big bubbles. So I end up with big gaps like I did in the D8. That's not what I want. Make sure that fills in completely. I'll pop the bubbles in. All these are D8 here. It's also got some big bubbles. You know, maybe these will turn out good. They look very, very dark at the moment, but looking at like the lids, the colors have kind of swirled together now, and it's like, maybe these will be good. I don't know. All the swirled together colors are looking good, so now I have high hopes, but we'll see. That's always the joy of resin stuff is I guess we'll see. We'll see how it turns out. I feel like with a lot of arts and crafts projects, I've done soap too, which is very similar. But I was gonna say with like arts and crafts projects, like painting. I love painting. I've got my crow painting I was showing off earlier. I can show it off again if people are curious. I can see where I am in the process, and I can kind of picture how it's going to look when it's done. You know, I'm working towards a particular look to it. And with these, I am also, you know, working towards a particular look, but there's a certain amount of, not randomness, but uncertainty, I guess, of how things are going to turn out. I mean, to be fair, you know, I've done paintings before where, especially in plein air drawings, paintings, they always get me, but like up until the very end, I'm just like, this is not turning out, and then I add like the final little bit of paint, and I'm like, oh, it's gorgeous, perfect. But, oh, did I get all of the lids on those? Excellent. With like resin and with soap, with the kind of soap that I've done, which is cold process soap, you know, you've got to wait 24 hours at least to find out how what you've made turned out. Okay, let's put these on our bees. Our bees seem to have turned out pretty good. Let me make sure there's no cat hair there. Oops, let's let that evaporate a little bit. Trying to make sure there's no big air bubbles. This one actually doesn't have any big air bubbles, just a cat hair. Always a cat hair. Alright. I'm hoping one of these D20s turns out how I want it to. I want to get that done and shipped off. There's just a random piece of resin that kind of fell there. Alright. Maybe added a little bit too much alcohol there. We're going to let that evaporate a little bit. Here is our D12. Doesn't look like there's any big bubbles. I'm still excited for this. I'm curious to see how our oil slick's going to look. Alright, and then the D10 here does have some bubbles. There's a bubble. So I am planning on doing more resin stuff on Saturday. I do stream every Wednesday and Saturday. Same time, same place. We're going to do some commissions. I have a couple that I'm still working on pieces for them, but I need to start on them. I really need to start on them. Like on the actual pouring part, so I can start getting feedback and stuff. That's one of the things about commissions. Like, I love doing commissions, because I love the back and forth and all that. But they take a lot of time. And it's not always, you know, the time of actually making them. Like, of making the final piece. There's just a lot of, like, back and forth to them. You know, getting information, sending information, getting more information. And that's what I love about them, but it also takes a lot of time. So if I don't start actually making the dice in a timely manner, you know, I give myself, I think, a month. That's what I have listed as the estimated time frame on Etsy. Because you can give different, like, estimated times and stuff for things. I think I have it at about a month. But, you know, if I start working on them, if I wait, you know, a week because I'm working on other stuff, you know, that's a week less for me to get feedback and stuff. So it you know, it sets me back a ways, which is on me. I'm just saying I'm bad at managing my time and stuff, but I need to get the at least first pour of some of these done so I can start getting feedback and see if that's what people want. I don't, the keys on this one are not great. See if I can show you the, didn't quite swirl as much as I expected, but so many bubbles. Oh, there's still a bubble. Alright, I'll let that one, that's the bubble in that one turn its way out. Bubble on this one. Fill that in. Alright, there's our D6. If there's ever a set of dice that people are really curious how they turned out, like, you know, most of the time I do this stuff and then, you know, if it turns out really great, sometimes I'll post pictures and stuff. But if there's ever a set that people are like really curious how it turned out, like, you know, people really want to see whether the oil slick dice turn out or something like that, feel free to mention it on the Discord that I linked before. I will post pictures as soon as I pull them out. Maybe I should just post more pictures as I pull things out. But I always want to, like, you know, show them when they're done and stuff. I suppose, to be fair, the Discord's a good place to show things when they're not done. So maybe I'll start posting more pictures of work in progress dice, if that's something people would be interested in. You know. Another good demold video. I don't know if I'll videotape actually demolding them, but maybe I'll do that for Instagram. That might be an Instagram exclusive. Which direction does this go on? This direction. Alright, so let's got that on there. Alright, let's get this last D20 on here. Alright. And I want to get these on here, which are our open-faced ones, because we're doing layers. Oh, I'm missing this one. And then I need to pour a couple more. I've got a little bit of extra resin, and I'll pour some of that into some random molds here. So this one I'm going to try and wedge a little bit so that it'll stay upright. How should I do that? Maybe over here. That's the idea anyways. I want to get that to stay upright without ending up with any other resin all in it. That's good. Let's grab some random dice, I think. Let's do a D10. Pour all of our random. Ooh. Look at that. Look at that. It's so pretty. Look at all those colors. The Legos were fun. I still have the mold here. I kind of want to make myself some more. Those aren't going to be in, like, my shop or anything, just because, like, copyright and stuff. I don't want to get sued by Lego. But, that was just kind of a, I want to make Legos type thing. I might have to try and make some more of those at some point. But thank you. I want to do, so I got a Resin 3D printer recently, and part of that is because I want to start making my own masters for things. I want to do, like, keycaps. Sorry, the Legos made me think of that, because they have kind of a similar shape to them in how they attach to the stuff. Ooh, see, that looks really pretty, too. The cacti dice. Yeah, those were fun to make. Those were. I had been wanting to make a set like that, and so when someone like commissioned them, I was just like, yes. I've been wanting to work on those, but I know it's going to take time to make all the cactuses and stuff, so I haven't yet. I was like a good commission that works as an excuse for me to do something that I've been wanting to do. The bee dice were that as well. I had been wanting to make a set of bee themed dice where every die was different. It was literally something that I talked about doing. And then someone messaged me with that idea, and I'm just like, yes! I've been wanting to do this. Perfect. Alright. Here's a little bonus D10. Out of the way. I have a random D10 over here that just has green in it, so let's add some yellow. Oh, yeah, I'm not a I love plants. Sorry, you're just talking about being a plant mom. I love plants, but I can't keep them alive. So bad at keeping them alive. My brother's in charge of all the plants. He's much better at keeping them alive than I am. I mean, it makes me happy though, because you know they're all in the library, my living room, and so I get to enjoy all of the plants without trying to keep them all alive, which would not work out well. I feel like I should post a picture of my library in the Discord at some point too. I feel like people would appreciate that room. It's one of my. I'm slowly like my house is a mess. You feel you're terrible with plants? Yeah, I know I'm terrible with plants. I can keep my cats alive. I'm in charge of the cats. He's in charge of the plants. I'm in charge of the cats. Although he still feeds the cats if they need it and stuff. But I can keep cats alive because they let me know when they need something. Like they'll let me know. D4, D8, D12, probably D12. But with plants, like they don't tell you to water them. I guess to be fair, I've gotten good at keeping a calendar. Like I have a schedule. I have a bullet journal that I actually keep up with. I know it's not for everybody, but I've been able to kind of tie it to one of my loves, which is arts and crafts. So I actually keep up with it, and also I feel like crap if I don't know what I'm supposed to be working on because I can't remember anything. But so like at this point, I might be able to take care of plants if I actually wrote down everything that I needed to do. You could do it. No, but I might be able to take care of plants now if I like actually wrote down in my planner, like, you know, on every Wednesday or something, water plants. So at this point, it's just like I could probably do it, but I'd rather not. I'd rather just let my brother do it. He's the one that likes plants. Like, I don't know. He's got like 3 citrus trees that he's growing. One of which he grew from seed. Like, we'll see if it actually, makes any fruit or anything, but he's very much a food plant person. He's very much interested. He does the cooking here too. My brother does all the cooking. So he likes food plant type things. He got a coffee plant fairly recently. He got mushrooms for Christmas. I wonder if those are still alive. Just had that realization. He had some stuff. He needed to do some stuff with those mushrooms. They had a little bit of some sort of issue. I don't know if he ever did that though. Oh, but I'm happy to sit back and let him take care of those. It's like with the cooking too. I could cook. I have no desire to. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have the patience for it, I guess. Patience for it, I guess. If it was something that I loved doing, I would have the patience for it, but it's just not really my thing. Alright, last, a little bit of purple into our D12 mold here. I think that'll be that's close enough to done. Just add this last little bit to the D20 if it'll fit in there. It'll fall off of the, there we go. Cool. Yeah, we've used all of our extra resin out as well. So I'm just going to get these last couple of lids on, and then we're probably going to call it for the night. So while I get these lids on, I'll do my normal outro spiel. I do stream every Wednesday and Saturday at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So same time, same place. So if anybody ever wants to come hang out, you know, you can come hang out Wednesdays and Saturday nights. Or mornings. I don't know what time zone you guys are in. It's Wednesday, Saturday nights for me. I do have a Discord, which I think I'll start posting some more like in progress dice things on there. Now that I've just started thinking about it, it's just like that would make sense. So I think I'll start doing that. Some like fresh out of the mold photos and stuff. I ask for like opinions on what color I should make the numbers and stuff sometimes. So, you know, if you ever want to come have some input on that as well. Or hear me ramble about my recent obsessions. Discord. There we go. Yeah, you can go hang out there. What was I gonna say? Anything else I usually say in my wrapping up spiel? Now I've forgotten what I say, guys. This is I do it like every time, but now I'm just like, what do I say? What are words? I don't know. Yeah. I guess, to be fair, I usually just say the whole 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Wednesdays and Saturdays. I guess Wednesdays are usually resin stuff. Saturdays, you know, switch around a little bit. Usually arts and crafts. We will be doing more resin stuff this Saturday because I need to get some stuff done. But, I don't know. I've debated branching out a little bit. I played Minecraft last week. No, Saturdays are very quiet for some reason. I think people must be busy. Oh, alright, here's our last little lid. So, thank you guys for hanging out. Hopefully, let's switch these around. Hopefully I can see you guys on Saturday. 4+ hours. Yeah, I'm glad you decided to stop by too. Thanks for hanging out and chatting. I always enjoy chatting with people. So, let me put this on top. There we go. I think that's everything. So, yeah. Have a good night or morning, and I hope to see you guys later. Bye!